Hello, hello, hello. We are live with the beta preview. Serena, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right, I'm very excited for today. I'm just going to give everyone a few minutes to hop on in here.
Mushrooms! Mushrooms!
Thank you for the follow. You hate Twitch ads. Yeah, unfortunate. Hello. Ooh, big show. Nice, nice. I already got 40 people in the chat. Very good. Wow. All right. Let's give it a few more minutes and we'll get into some stuff. If you have any questions on things in the upcoming patch, feel free to post it in the thread here, just in the Twitch chat, and I will answer them when I can. Hello, the OG Melkor. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Warboss, thanks for stopping by. Meme Swaggins, thanks for stopping by. Nope. I will not be streaming anything related to the campaign. 8.3 is specifically bug fix and balance related. But we are in for a very fun stream today. How's everyone doing today? You feel like Vault Wardens will be buffed, Heesh? Absolutely not. Oh, but we have a lot of very cool balance changes to cover. We got a lot of very good stuff to cover here today. Lots of great things happening. There's definitely Gondor stuff. There's definitely some Erebor things. But very cool stuff. Gondor neat. Heesh, I'm telling you, you are going to love the balance changes. I'm telling you right now, you're going to be a fan. I'll certainly say, guys, we did a lot of games in 8.2. A lot of games. It's excellent stuff here. Thank you for the follow, Hessen. But we did a lot of excellent games in 8.2. We had a very successful tournament, and it gave us the statistics that we needed to move forward on the balancing front. Nice. Love to see that meme. All right, just going to hold on for a few more minutes here. But yes, feel free to ask any questions. I will not be showing any adventure faction thing on stream. Oh, Mordor nerfs. We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. We're going to have to see. All right, but right now, in about one more minute, maybe two, I'm going to show you guys the enabling house colors in the Age of the Ring options tool, because one of the biggest highlights of 8.3 is the options tool for Age of the Ring now has the option for players to enable house colors. And we did this just to help people, if they're new to the mod, just identify things competitively and look at it that way. Yeah, not much time, Bomber. Yep, we'll work on it, buddy. But yes, we have a lot of cool things. Will it be a fix for the options? Yes. We do have that lined up. I believe Jarian was working on that. Possibly. 11 factions is the hard limit. And I can't really answer that as I'm not a developer, so. But 11 factions is the hard limit. Yes, Prague. Let's go indeed. Let's go. 74 viewers. We got a big party happening today. Lots of hype for the 8.3 patch. Love to see it.
Mushrooms.
Thank you for the follow, Yarkon.
Mushrooms.
Thank you for the follow, Commandon. Yes, we've had an excellent time in the testing world for 8.3. It's been a lot of fun with the boys. Now, of course, with every patch comes map edits and new maps. So, you'll probably see either some of the edited 1v1 maps or some of the new maps today. Please no nerf the Rivendell. VO buddy. Can't say. Can't say. Very nice, PW. Very nice. I know, right? Tons of hype right now. Tons and tons of hype. Just doing a quick check here for old Nosey real fast before we go anywhere. Now, I do want to say, keep in mind when you're watching the games today that we'll be doing, because I am hosting PvP for the boys, it is going to be on lower graphics, so keep that in mind when you continue to watch the stream. Is the idea of mine or Argonarth is out of map roster? I'm not sure what you mean there, Jamar.
Mushrooms.
Thank you for the follow, Bay Knight. Appreciate that. What's your favorite faction to use? Oh man, well if you know me, I'm a big Lothlorien guy. I am the Lothlorien enjoyer. So that is my main. All right, gonna go right back down and showcase the options tool real quick for the house color feature. Hey, Simon, how you doing? All right. All right, so for those of you not familiar with the mod, Age of Lothlorien comes with an options tool. And this is what it looks like. Thank you for the follow, Greg Bugatti. Appreciate that. For the people not familiar with the options tool, this is what it looks like. You can view all your skirmish statistics here. You can launch the game from here. You can make adventure maps on any of the regular maps that you select in the mod. All you have to do is actually just check off the faction and select the map you want to convert as an adventure map. Now, the main feature of 8.3 being the house color option in the tool. So all you gotta do is check the box, house colors successfully toggled, and you'll have house colors on. You uncheck house colors and it's successfully toggled off. Now keep in mind, if you have house colors on, only you will be seeing the house colors. So if you're casting games like I do, you will end up seeing the house colors even in the replays that you're watching. If you do not want to see house colors, you can have it just toggled off. Now my stats are actually bad because I never do skirmish. I never do AI. I never do any of that. So yeah. But I think my highest is Lothlorien, of course. Thank you for the follow, Moseby. Yeah, my highest skirmish stat is Lothlorien because, as I said, Lothlorien's my favorite faction. It's my pride and joy. And the rest of it is all over here. But it's a very cool feature. We never really go into detail on the skirmish stat stuff. So if you guys are big against the AI, you can see all the stats that you have from your skirmish games with each faction, and there's a progress bar with each individual faction like you kind of used to see in the base game. I believe this was like a BFME 1 thing when you saw like a title and you progressed with the faction. So there's that. But yes, the stats panel is quite good, and I believe naturally you should be able to toggle between your profile if you have multiple profiles. But it goes through heroes built, heroes lost, resources gathered, resources spent, units, all that stuff. So again, the options tool has a lot of stuff, and to go back to it, you just end up clicking options from the stats window. All right, now toggling the house color feature back on. And what we're going to do now is just get started. All right, is everyone hyped? I cannot wait to talk about the balance changes. Like I said, we had a lot of excellent games in 8.2. We had a very successful 8.2 tournament, and it is just exciting stuff all around. Yara, how you doing, man? Good to see you. All right, so again, like I said, if you guys have any questions you want to throw in the chat right now, I will answer them as we go through if there is time in between. Yep, you can, Warboss. You can. Okay, just double checking here. Yep. Okay, we're all set. 114 viewers, PW. Oh, man. Takes a second to update for me, but beautiful. Thank y'all for showing up today. We're going to have an awesome stream. Awesome day for content for Age of the Ring. All right, so I'm definitely going to do one of the new maps first here for one of the games. This is Aelin Vern. I don't know if it was showcased as a sneak peek anytime by Mathijs, but it's an Ithilien-themed map, Gondor region. Bomber made it. It was beautiful. Yes, you can disable the Rise of the Lich King splash screen by enabling the Age of the Ring splash screen with the options tool, Jamar. So when 8.3 eventually drops, you can do it currently on 8.2, but when it drops, you can actually just disable the splash screen feature. Yep. Red and white color, please. White looks fantastic for the house color feature. It looks fantastic. There's quite a few colors that look excellent. All right, go ask the guys what matchup they'd like to do today with all the balance changes that we have. Try to see if Nosey wants to play some Erebor, showcase the Erebor show changes, balance changes, maybe. Everyone loves old Nosey playing Erebor. We're just gonna take a minute here to figure that out, because there are some very exciting changes that I cannot wait to talk about. But yes, as I said, feel free to post questions in the chat about balance-related adjustments, and I will be going through, possibly, and reading it. So it looks like Nosey has a Gondor itch. He doesn't mind doing Erebor, but he has a Gondor itch right now to play Gondor. And Flame is going to figure out what he will do. Nosey's been having a Gondor itch in 8.3, man. Gondor has had some very cool changes. But again, I appreciate everyone taking the time to be here today for the beta preview stream. It really means a lot for you to be supporting the community like this. Thank you for taking time out of your day, and I'm glad you're excited for the content. Are there going to be pre-release patch notes? No. Nope. The only new building Gondor has in this patch is going to be the fountain. Everything else will come with the Return of the King release. So Gondor has all of its old structures, but the fountain, the Monument of Elendil, will be in 8.3. And with that in mind, Gondor no longer has an infantry discount that they had from the statues, because their statue and well were all in one. Well, they're all in one now, so. All right, so I think old Nosey here will be doing Erebor for the first game. Very good, very good. Now Flame of the West here is just waiting to figure out what he wants. Flame is actually looking to see what the chat wants him to play. What faction would you guys like him to play? Rivendell? Do you want a Rivendell played by Flame of the West? Or do you want Gondor played by Flame of the West? You want Harad played by Flame of the West? You want Isengard? Keep it up, keep voting. Okay, keep voting. You want Rohan. You want Rivendell. Can you play the High Elves? Don't know, my man, don't know. We want Rivendell, we want Rohan, we want Gondor. Let's see. New and weak Mordor, perhaps. We want Rivendell. Alright, I think we got a lot of Rivendell in the chat, so we're going to tell Flame to go to Rivendell. Excellent stuff, because I can talk about the changes. Excellent, excellent. Alright, so again, Aelin Varen, one of the new 1v1 maps that Bomber had made for the patch. Yeah, going with Rivendell. All right, now again, Flame will be the teal house color, and Nosey is red. Hey, Halfhand, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. We got a lot of good changes in the patch that I know you, of all people, will appreciate. Just waiting on old Nosey right now to make sure he's all set to roll. But yes, based off of all the games, we had so many games in 8.2 between the tournament and before the tournament and after the tournament. Fantastic balance notes. Fantastic. Lots of great things to look at. Mouth of Sauron. Is that what that sticker is? Yeah, probably. That's where it was. All right, here we go. Excellent. I'm excited. All right, very cool things. Yeah. Yeah, true. I'm just a balance enjoyer, man. All right, so yeah, as you can see, house colors on the builders. Rivendell, played by Flameofthewest on the upper left-hand side. Erebor, played by Old Nosey on the bottom right-hand. Now, we had a lot of things from 8.2 in regards to Erebor. We had Glorn and Gimli shenanigans. Now, we did adjust the Glorn and Gimli shenanigans. Glorn has had his respective adjustments. Gimli has had their respective adjustments, so when they hit the field, I will talk about them. Now, Rivendell. Rivendell has had buffs to the early game. It's been a while since we've seen any real Rivendell buff. Over the patches, we've seen some Rivendell nerfs, but basically Rivendell's early game was adjusted with a Bounder health bump from 140 to 150 and a Pierce armor adjustment, a soft one. And then Took Archers had a price decrease from 225 to 200, and this in testing has been found to be very helpful. Now I'm going to pan over to Erebor's window real quick. They have not yet picked a spell, but when they do pick the spell, I'm going to go into detail because I believe it's going to be one of the best changes that all of you will love. Colors on units, yes, Shrek. Colors are on units. And right here we see Old Nosey has gone for Ravens of Erebor. We have changed Ravens of Erebor. It is now a very universal power. Ravens of Erebor is now a friendly units gain 15% movement, attack, and ability recharge speed, while friendly structures gain 15% production speed. So Erebor now has value from Ravens of Erebor, which we have not seen for quite some time. But basically this allows Erebor to do the early scouting and then have the opportunity to decrease that research time on their initial units, as well as the research production for the next level of structures. But yes, the Ravens. Now if we look over here, we see the new effects from the Ravens. You can get the economy buff, you can also get the unit prod. I will adjust the screen shortly after. I'm going to have to fix that for sure. But yes, as you can see, the Erebor Guardians have left. But yes, this is one of the biggest changes of Erebor, is that this tier 1 has value. It does not affect all mines, it just affects the mine that it's hovered over. And as you can see, Flameofthewest over here with the Bounders, looking to harass the forward mine shaft. Now, this has been proven to be a very, very good for Erebor, giving them a lot of flexibility, not having to go rebuild into mine shaft, not rebuild into deep delving. Erebor had to do rebuild into deep delving for the longest time. It is not on building, it is just on the units. And already we see Flameofthewest here going for the Dunedain Gathering. Also, another thing that changed with Rivendell's early game is that the Breland Townsguard are now buffed by Gildur's leadership. So they also receive the 33% damage, armor, and experience gain. But yes, the house colors are entirely optional. And over here, we already see Flame rapidly expanding the economy of the orchards. I think he's just trying to end up meeting Nosey, where he might be dropping the mine shafts. Yes, Half-Hand, for sure. The Ravens have helped Erebor play more aggressively quite well in our testing games. But Nosey right now doing a forward creeping session over here. And Flame has yet to choose a tier 1. But now, keep in mind, when we talk about the right side of the Erebor spellbook, there's more than one thing that has been changed. There's more than one thing that has been changed for the Erebor spellbook for patch 8.3. And I cannot wait to discuss that. But again, Bounders have been proven to be excellent for harass. The additional health bump they've had has helped them out in quite a few matchups that they seem to have really struggled with. naturally. If we look over here, we have the Rangers of the North in production. Now, there hasn't been any actual balance changes to this area, but the Grey Company have received a nerf in slash armor, so they are more vulnerable to swords. The Grey Company were seen as a very, I would say, dominant heroic unit. They're very good. They're essential for Rivendell, but they need a soft adjustment, so they received that. And over here we see Flame of the West trying to harass again, but Nosey with the Guardian defense. Khazad Vets, no changes there. Now, Nosey already has his off cooldown again, the Ravens of Erebor, so we should be seeing, yes. Right now, he's going to drop it here, and what we'll see is this affecting the wagon production. And right now, Nosey, Flame has to counter this Guardian and Erebor Pike harass. But yes, as you can see, this is the ideal placement to use Ravens, buff the economy, get the unit production, get the research. Everything is looking very fluid. Units getting into the mines faster.
Form up,
and it looks like right now we have a Guardian Battalion right inside this clump because Flame happened to have left some space for them to get in there against the Orchard. Now if we take a look here, Nosey with 450 CP going against Flame's 500. Bounders hitting this mine shaft here with tunnel collapse otherwise, and Nosey happens to get the Orchard. Outriders on the field helping Rivendell with the Guardian, and we see tunnel collapse going off now. Now, I'm not sure why, yeah, there we go. Now Flame has picked a tier 1 opportunity, so nothing has changed in the Rivendell spellbook. Most of the adjustments have been to the early, mid, and 1 late game adjustment. But as you can see, 450 CP going against 450 CP. Flame moving around with the bounder position. He has a Nosey over here with the tunnel collapse researching.
We will protect the small folk of Eredor.
And again, the Ravens have been huge for Erebor here, helping get the wagons recruited faster additionally. So yeah, Flame is going to get that mine shaft, cool.
Defenders of the Shire.
Okay, Flame staying on the defensive slightly with a Ranger Battalion and a Bounder back in the base. We see over here Nosey able to get into comfortable positions with the Erebor Dwarves. And Flame creeping on the forward warglair of Nosey's. And now we see the wagons on the field for Erebor, so they are just trampling the Bounders. Now Flame has to divert from just pure Bounder harass, but pair it with a Breland Townsguard. Now, I believe Flame had just spent quite a bit of money, so we're probably going to see some Guldur value. Like I said, Breland Townsguard are now buffed by Guldur in the leadership factor, so it's not just the Hobbits anymore. Also, I know why the resolutions, I know why the screen's looking like that way, so I can just fix it after this. I just can't alt-tab mid-game or it's going to cause the issue for the players. But yes, Guldur now on the field. His cost has remained the same. Nothing else has changed with him besides his leadership expanding. Now, if we look over here, Nosey's really trying to optimize the Ravens of Erebor position and is about to come off cooldown yet again. And this will give him additional recruitment from 3 structures. 2 Hall Warriors and the Workshop. Very nice. Allowing for the faster archer support, allowing for quicker pikes, and possibly a battle wagon if he were to choose to go that way. Yep. It's quite the difference in Rivendell's early game, believe it or not. Also, another thing that we have is that Breland Townsguard have received an additional revenge damage. So the revenge damage was only 200 prior to 8.3, and now it's at 250. So we had seen a lot of shenanigans when it came to like Sharku and Golfenbill in certain games with those particular heroes, but the revenge damage has been a noticeable improvement for this unit in particular, and Yeoman Pikes and Wildman Pikes had the same revenge damage bump. Yes, again, look at those Ravens of Erebor production on 3 structures being extremely helpful there. Bounder and Pike Battalion. Now we're seeing the Rangers back away. Now Glorian has had another Proud Father nerf. This is one of his adjustments. He's also had a health and he's had a soft health and a soft damage nerf. He's getting a little bit better than Gimli at points after the Gimli adjustment, so we evened it out a bit. As you can see, Flame over here with the excellent Bounder and Breland Townsguard harass. And now we see the battle wagon coming over here. Now we're going to see the next big engagement again. Keep in mind, Glorian is here, and he may or may not get out. Glorian is a beefy boy, but he's holding up the front line quite well. And we're going to see Guldur taking some heat. Ooh, okay. Guldur might not be in a good position there. Yep, he's got back out. All right, now Nosey did pivot. Nosey has gone for the left side rebuild pickup here on... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll zoom in a little bit, Kamogan. Yeah, so as we can see, Rangers of the North with the adjustments of the house color, Glorian with the adjustment of the house color, the Bounders with the adjustments. It's all very, very fresh. And Guldur goes down to Glorian. The Great Company change was just a soft armor nerf, because they needed to have swords be a little bit more comfortable fighting them, and we happen to see Glorian going down slightly over here. We have 675 CP here for Erebor versus 500 on Rivendell. Now Rivendell's at 8 points in the bank. They're heading to a tier 2. It's either going to be Remnant of the Old Kingdom, or it's going to be mini meetings perhaps. I think that's an option. Maybe it might be with Tango to high with the heel picked. I can't remember right now. Did they change any Oakside heroes? Oakenshield, I'm trying to think about it. I do not believe any Oakenshield heroes have received adjustments right now. No. No adjustments on the Oakenshield side. But as we can see again, Ravens of Erebor coming off conveniently as well here for Nosey. And he's got Mineshaft full of dwarves. This map is beautiful but very big. It's actually not that big. We found it to be pretty comfortable. There's a lot of terrain in the center, so it's quite different. A lot of the some other maps in 8.2 that we had based off of tournament statistics have received adjustments as well in size. Yeah, 875 CP now for Nosey, but again, he's getting the economy buff, he's getting the unit production. This has been one of my favorite changes to the Erebor spellbook, the Ravens of Erebor. It is absolutely fantastic and universal. Look at that, nice tunnel collapse opportunity, and Nosey ends up stunning his own units. Very unlucky. The wagon goes down. Any changes to the library upgrades? No changes to library upgrades. None at all. Everything is subject to change, of course, as this is a beta. Now we have to see what Nosey's going to do at this time. Nosey has gone for... He's got tier 2 opportunity, so we're either going to see Deep Delving or another spellbook option that had gotten changed for Erebor. Now, Flame here has picked up many meetings. Now, this is going to give Flame some adaptability here in certain positions where it might be a little bit pinched on his part. Rebuild used here. Tunnel collapse coming back slowly but surely. He's got to make sure he gets rid of that tunnel.
By the grace of the valley.
And Guldur has been revived after dying to glory. Now we do see Flame here having gone for the Library of Elrond. He has purchased the Lay of Letheon, so we're probably going to see Grey Company soon. Let's just take a look at what the economy is, 1300. He's a little bit close to CP cap though, but now I think this has actually freed him up since the Dúnedain Outright Battalion has dropped. Now let's take a look back at... Yes, okay, over here, Nosey is going for the Redoubt play. Now, the Vault Warrens, I'm going to discuss the Vault Warren changes. We've seen a lot of Vault Warren shenanigans on 8.2. Vault Warrens have received a cost increase. They've received a production time increase. They've received quite a few things. Mine leadership has changed. But as well, right now, we see many meetings being used for a valuable position here, taking out the Erebor builder right there and trying to push back. But as we can tell right here, Nosey has gone with one of the changes of Erebor. Fully Armed and Filthy has been changed. Instead of granting armor, Fully Armed and Filthy now grants forged blades, metal tipped arrows, fire arrows. So it becomes very opportunistic in a certain engagement. When you think you might lose it, you pop it, and it gives you a lot of flexibility having those upgrades like that. The armor wasn't very valuable to Erebor because they're already naturally beefy units. And it wasn't something to really consider, but it's a very good power now. We've seen a lot of fun plays with it. Fully Armed and Filthy meta, absolutely. Alright, so Nosey here going for the Worm Slayers as well. And Flame over here happened to have been stunned by the tunnel collapse on this side. But Nosey coming up on the northern part of Aaron Baron. And he's got Glorian here chilling. Guldur trying to push back the Dwarven presence. Optimization here by Nosey. And as you can tell, there is a limit to the radius of the buff. As you can see, it's not affecting the Redoubt. It has to be in a very precise location. But the Worm Slayers are now here on the field, and they are going to end up pushing back Flame. Now let's take a look at the spellbook of Rivendell. There are 10 points in the bank here. Guldur seems to have gone down to the dwarves with the Forged Blade position. And Erebor here on their way to a tier 3. Now, I'm going to talk about this one when it comes, if it comes, because it is very cool. Now, 652 out of 825 to Rivendell's 192 out of 825. Yep, so Halbrad is on the field. We can see the Muster the Dúnedain option here. The Grey Company have hit the field. They're debuffing the dwarves. Oh, no. Okay. So Flame calls it GG. So maybe we're going to see that adjustment in the next game. All right. Ravens gave a ton of value there. All right, indeed. Just going to let the guys know to go back to GR for a second. One second, PW, I'll go into detail. Okay, 1 second, gotta fix that. Fixing the stream thing right now. Alright, there we go. I had just fixed it, I believe. Sorry for that.
Mushrooms!
Hey Grim, how you doing? One second. Let's see, but yes, Vault Warden changes where recruitment time, cost, splash damage, and mind leadership. We're still keeping an eye on it as we continue the testing, of course. Many things are subject to change as it is a beta. All right, so the one thing that we didn't get to see that game, but we might end up seeing again today, was the change that we had for Undermine. Undermine is now a forward-based stationary position. It is no longer a structure debuff, but it acts like a small hall of fire where it heals and buffs your units around you. It's a 15% armor damage buff with a heal over time. It's been found to be very good, very convenient. It gives Erebor the opportunity to get inside of an opponent's base when they need to do a quick flank play. But the old Undermine never really saw much attention, never really saw much value. But yeah, now the screen should be fixed now for the stream. Apologies earlier. Didn't know it was going to be cut off like that, but I had a different screen capture on rather than game capture. All right, so now we're going to do... I want to take a look here at Izuhara. Izuhara received some layout changes, a little bit of a size reduction. Oh, thanks, meme. Appreciate it. Yeah, but it wasn't very appealing, Jarl. This new Undermine is very nice. It gives Erebor a very specific advantage point when needed. Thank you for the follow, Eagle Scream. So yeah, Erebor has received some very cool changes in the spellbook, and it just feels very refreshing. Alright, so what matchup do you guys want to see now? We could probably do more Erebor, more Gondor. We could do more Erebor. We could do more Riv. Yes, new Undermine is huge in terms of strategic play. Woodland Realm versus Mordor. Okay, interesting. Gondor, Mordor, Gondor. All right, so I'm gonna ask them to do a Gondor matchup. See Gondor Mordor. See what we can do there. Mordor has received changes, of course, based off of tournament statistics and natural things we wanted to look at. Gondor, Mordor troll nerf. Mordor did receive a nerf in the troll play. They had a cooldown increase on the Eaten Orc. It went from 30 seconds to 90 seconds. But again, we will end up seeing how things are. Eisen Rohan, we can see Havoc. We can see. I believe old Nosey's going to play Gondor. Now, Gondor has received some very cool changes. Oh, yeah. So Flame here is going to play Mordor. Get the OG rivalries going, and we're gonna see some Gondor from old Nosey. Go for some different colors. Oh, yeah, I want to see purple Gondor, sure. Black Gondor? Enigmatic Zorp. Felt like the right Erebor spell road was super rarely lately except against MM. Well, yeah, we had to do something about the right side of Erebor spellbook. I mean, even sending the goats received a tweak. So that's one thing. I'm telling you, half hand, Gondor is looking good. All right, so Flame is just going to go with the random color here. But yes, we're going to show off the adjusted Izuhara. It's received a little bit of a layout rework. Slightly. Size reduction, you know. So yes, on the map now, as you can see, signal fires are present. Yeah, half hand, you're going to love the Gondor changes. You're going to love it. Alright, anyways, on Izuhara, now we see signal fires on the corners and a war glare covering them. So that's one thing. It allows you to contest the sides. And the inns, we now have 2 inns on Izuhara with the war glare protecting near the bases. Now, Mordor's early game has had adjustments. I'm going to talk about it slightly. Orc Warriors. They've received a nerf to the Horde bonus, and they've had the Horde bonus shifted from 100 units to a 150, and their cost shifted from 70 to 75. Yes, that was another thing, Athena. Just pointing out, Glorfindel now has a Rivendell Knights leadership. And it is one of those things that we are still checking out, you know? Lots of cool things. And for everyone wondering, yes, Nazgul have had their respective adjustments in Mordor. I know if Sawman's in chat, he's, just getting a little bit excited about the Nazgul nerfs for sure. And over here we see Nosey going for the Lamadon Clansman start. And one of the main things about Gondor that we heard in 8.2 was that Gondor had trouble killing heroes. And we talked about it, we heard, so we made some adjustments. We took off the hero scaler from Baragon's Defender of the White City, so Baragon deals more damage towards heroes. It's not significant, it's just right where you want it to be. Boromir has received a buff, but when he gets to the field, I will talk about that. Faramir has received a buff. If we see Faramir, I'll cover that. And Denethor has also received a change, which is very, very exciting. But yes, the Easterling Garrison has also received a change here in Mordor. So the Easterling Garrison used to cost 600 and now it costs 500. The Varyogs also cost 325 now compared to 350 before. We wanted the Easterlings to be more viable. We wanted them to be a potential start for Mordor because all we ever saw in 8.2 realistically for Mordor, which was just orcs. Like, the Easterlings were entirely overshadowed because the orc side of the faction was extremely effective, extremely cost efficient. But now we're going to see some orc pikes and Varyogs hitting the field. So as I said, they cost 325 now instead of 350, and the Easterling Garrison is 5 instead of 6. And yes, we already see Nosey's gone for double racks here as Gondor. Oh, also, one of the very nice things that I like to talk about, Tier 1 debuff spells. The Tier 1 debuff spells have been nerfed from 25% damage and armor to 15% damage and armor. So Mordor's Trackers of Carathungel, 15%, Isengard's Ravens, 15%, Misty Mountain's Bats, 15%. They are no longer 25% armor and damage debuff. It was proven to be one of those things that was just very effective and advantageous for certain matchups that made quite the difference. But now we have 350 CP here for Mordor and 450 CP for Gondor. Nosey over here with the creeping.
We come from Lamadon. Clansmen of Lamadon.
Now, the Variogs of Khan have proved to be very excellent swords for Mordor's early game with the dynamic. Oh, I don't know if you can really spam Easterlings. Well, start Easterlings. Yeah, you can start with Easterlings for sure. Quite effective. Over here we see Flame creeping in the Warglare there, but yes, over here Variogs trading it very well with the Clansmen of Lamadon. And Flame again going for the aggressive creeping. Trying to make sure he takes out these Clansmen. He's got 3 battalions, 2 battalions of Variogs and Orc Pike. Now, one of the other changes in Mordor, and we're probably going to see it, is the tier 2 spell. He is gathering all evil to him. It was a very dominant and a very advantageous spell for what it's worth. It was probably the strongest tier 2 spell in the mod, if we're being honest, for summons. But that spell no longer has 3 battalions of Haradwaith Raiders. That spell has 2 battalions, and in return we gave it a slight HP and damage buff to compensate for the removal of a whole cavalry battalion. It was just way too much on the left-hand side and expedited Shelob's arrival, so we shifted the dynamic by doing this. And Flame over here going for the lumber mills on the early support. Now let's just see what Nosey's done. He's obviously gone for Captain's Horn. Nothing has changed in Gondor's spellbook. Everything that has changed is just units and heroes. Yep, 3 cavalry at tier 2 was insane. And as you can see, 2 clansmen are ending up in a good position here against Variogs of Khan. So right now we have 1200 in the bank for Gondor, 550 CP going against 450 CP of Mordor and 300 in the bank. So Mordor, the tricky game, Mordor's early game is slightly more tricky now because you have to be careful not to overdo on the Orc Warrior spam because the Horde bonus has been shifted around, but also the price has been increased of Orc Warriors. And we see the Nazguls. Now, I'm going to cover this because this is very big. The Nazguls have received a speed decrease. They've received a passive increase nerf from the Spire. It is no longer 20% damage and armor. I believe it is just 15% damage and armor bonus from the Spire. And overall, the deceleration has changed for the Nazgul. So when they get in towards pike interactions, the opponent has more time to react to the Nazgul. And that is one of the biggest things, to be honest, with the Mordor tweaks, is the Nazgul adjustments. Nazgul price is unchanged, but the speed adjustment and the deceleration has shown that the Nazgul need to be managed more cautiously. Now we're on the way to a tier 2 here for Flame. And right here we see Baragon. As I said, Defender of the White City now has its hero damage. And here you go. The Monument to Elendil is in 8.3. The Fountain and Statue in 1 for Gondor. Now Nosey here is at tier 2 pickup, and he's going for Sworn Allegiance.
We bring spears from Lynn here.
Farm discount no longer applies to Swan Knight, which costs 1,300. Now that is true. We removed the Swan Knight benefit from the farm discount of Gondor, so they at face value they cost 1,300. They do not get discounted anymore. For what cost? Sorry, we close to... Nope, it's when it's done. I will not be able to answer any campaign-related questions on this stream.
Spearmen of Lynn here, at your command.
Oh, the Well and Statue. Yes, I'm sorry. The Well and Statue costs 500 to build for Gondor. Because, you know, of course it's a Well and Statue one, but Gondor no longer has an infantry discount since we had placed the 2 into 1. And Baragon over here has shown a very good flexibility for Gondor with his hero scaler being removed. Now, the Nazgul is low on health, so Flame has to be very careful because there are Linhir pikes around. It looks like they're in nope, they're not in porcupine formation, okay. How big a radius on that Elendil? It is the same natural radius as a statue in Well. Same exact. Nothing changed about the radius. But the Nazgul is probably going to come back through here for... Flame. Okay, yep. Nazgul is a little bit low on health already right over there. So 775 CP for Gondor, going against 650 CP for Mordor. Now keep in mind, we do have the He is Gathering All Evil to Him summon selected from Flame. And you're going to see quite a difference in the power.
We make war for Khand in the east.
And Flame is working with some slight delay, so that's something that he's having to work with at the moment on his end. Hopefully it's not going to impact many things. Is it possible to switch off unit color? Yes, you can turn it off for yourself in the options tool. And right over here you see He is Gathering All Evil to Him summon 2 cavalry battalions. They received a health bump and a damage bump in return for losing a whole battalion. Now Flame has to be careful not to run that into pikes. And Gorbag for Mordor has also received adjustments. I believe it's the bleed from Gorbag that has been dropped in damage. And I think that's the only Gorbag tweak, but Flame has also now dismounted his Nazgul to be more careful with. And Nosey here with the Sworn Allegiance active. So after this game, we're going to take a minute here to have Nosey reset his router, because he was mentioning some small issues on his end this morning. Now Nosey here on the way to a tier 3 pickup, and I think he's going to go with the Dull Amarth Citadel, but we're going to see what he does for the rest of Gondor. Ah, here we go. Okay, I can talk about the Denethor tweak. Cool, so this is one of my favorite tweaks for Gondor. We have rearranged Denethor's leadership. First off, Denethor no longer gives experience at level 1, but he gives the 33% armor bonus for units at level 1, and 33% damage at level 3, and 33% experience at level 6. On top of that, we have adjusted Denethor's debuffs towards the Gondor heroes, that being Faramir, Elisar, and Gandalf, from 15% to 10%. We have made sure that it's not too harmful, but we haven't seen any overperformance from that change either on the Gondor hero squad.
Spearmen of Lindhir, at your command.
Yes, Gorbag does have a new voice set. Okay, Nosey on his way to a tier 3. But Denethor is actually the best he's ever been in Age of the Ring. From before when he used to level up by paying, to previously where he had the leadership reversed, he is much more flexible, much more opportunistic for Gondor, because if Gondor doesn't have Boromir leveled, they can look to see Denethor on the field for the opportunities of support when they need it. Hey Punk, how you doing? Yeah, so Nosey here has gone for the Dull Amarth Citadel. Now, we have another spellbook adjustment here for Mordor. Shelob has received 1 adjustment. They take more damage from pikes. Now, Shelob was one of those heroes where it could kind of deal a lot of trample damage and make its way across the map and kind of yoink heroes left and right through 8.0 to 8.2. And it was just a very, very dominant here for Mordor, especially with the he is gathering all evil to himself. But yes, half-hand, Denethor is extremely valuable for Gondor now. He gives Gondor the flexibility when they don't have the opportunity to get Boromir leveled. If Boromir is not purchased, Gondor saw a lot of issues where the leadership wasn't being that accessible among all that. But yes, again, Shelob summon has been adjusted for Mordor. Exactly, the leadership is huge. It's a huge adjustment for Gondor.
Looks like I'll see you.
And we have a Shelob now. I think there was an adjustment to the Brood of Shelob too. I can't exactly remember. But as you can tell, you can see the damage that Shelob's taking just from the Linhir pikes is more noticeable. Now down here we have Denethor still breathing. He's level 3. He's got access to his terror now. He's given the Gondor units 33% damage as well.
We make war for Khan in the east.
There was also one more change in the Mordor spellbook. So that's something to also keep an eye on. Shelob is more susceptible to pikeman damage, indeed. Now, the power points are quite even here in the matchup, as you can tell. The Nazgul adjustment kind of made that even more so with the speed decrease, because the players have more time to react to Nazgul now. Now, I don't know actually where Denethor is on the field. But here's Boromir. So Boromir's buff was to his knife throw. Boromir's knife throw now deals an armor debuff of 30%. It was 20%, but we gave it a buff to 30 because Gondor had a lot of issues with managing hero squads and generally heroes, but we have not seen an overperformance on these aspects of the Gondor changes in our testing. Do Easterling Phalanx animations? I'm not actually sure on that. Cannot tell you if there are new animations for the Easterling pikes or not. Unless you're Flame with the delay. Tough. But yes, Gondor has now a lot of opportunity to be a little bit more flexible. Some good opportunities to deal with heroes as well. Horn of Boromir old school is fun. That was not fun. That was a justified nerf at 8.2. As we can see here, the Nazgul is slowed down much faster inside. The Battalion's got Relentless Pursuit active. Relentless Pursuit was not changed. It's still 20% speed, 33% armor for the Nazgul. But the speed alone has really made the Nazgul, giving people more time to react to it. And now we're seeing a Flame pivot and go Slaves of Nirn. He's even got the heavy armor on the fortress for the Morgul Legion access and the Gothmog. Now, as I said, this is beta, so things are always subject to change. And we again have the He is Gathering All Evil to Him summon to push back the cavalry pressure. Now you kind of have to use this summon a little bit more different. Horn of Gondor stunning the cavalry summon. Typical classic. 800 CP for Mordor going against 875 of Gondor. 15 points in the bank. So I think they were similar to PowerPoints, but as we can see, where's Denethor? Denethor looks to be struggling. He's low health right now. He just used his terror. He's getting him out. Now, another thing that we did for our Denethor as well is move his level 10 to level 9. Denethor never really saw... We never really saw his value of level 10 Contest of Wills. So we put it to level 9. And in Service of the Steward is still level 10 for the Barrothor summon. Okay, I guess Flame... We're going to take a moment here to reset the router for Nosey at this time. I guess there was just an issue on the connection side. We're going to take a minute to reset a router somewhere.
Mushrooms!
Thank you for the follow. One second, let me adjust this. There we go. We still have more things we're gonna do, so don't go anywhere. Hey Thran, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Any news on Isengard? Yes, Isengard has received some changes. We have adjusted the Wildman reward Wildman reward. So Isengard is much more even in the PowerPoint gain now in the typical 1v1. Way too early for campaign preview. As I said, we will not be showing anything to the campaign. Will Orc Warriors give more PP? That's a question for Theta right now because off the top of my head, I don't know if actually cost correlates to PowerPoints. I think it does, but I think Theta can answer. But yeah, Isengard has received some adjustments to Lurtz. Lurtz has a longer cooldown on his cripple. It was far too short. We adjusted it so it's at the right spot now. And the Dunish side has received some adjustments for Isengard. So Wolfgar has had a few tweaks. The Longhouse has had a few tweaks. And just accessibility, really, for the Isengard Dunish side. Because it was just a very difficult thing for the faction to work with sometimes where it was. But yes, as I said, feel free to post any questions in chat, and I'm going to answer them while we're waiting on Flame and Nosey at the moment. Yep, Gondor has been very fun to play in the beta half-hand. All the changes have been very good. We're not seeing excessive overperformance at the moment from our games. Just arrived, stream didn't start. Yes, stream has started. I'm just having this screen up. 1 second. There we go. I just had to wait for Nosey to reset his router as he was having some partial connection issues on his end. Gimli's Axe Throw has had a cooldown and a damage nerf. It is now having a longer cooldown with a damage reduction, and on top of it, the damage that we took from Gimli's Axe Throw has been moved to Brand's Black Arrow Dale. No, Havoc, we will not be adjusting the Uruk Pit level 2 speed and cost. It is a standard 60 second, and it is the price for a reason. Oh, also, yes, Uruk Scouts have received a Crush Armor adjustment on top of that. Okay, we're going right back into it. But yeah, there's been very exciting changes, and Woodland Realm, for people wondering, has had their fair share of changes. We have been working very hard on Woodland Realm and Rohan especially. The biggest change of Rohan is actually the one thing that ended up giving us a lot of insight to certain aspects of Rohan. So I'm going to see if the boys would like to do a Rohan game. Thank you for the follow, Hamilton. Hamiltalks. Dora Amarth is another map that has had a size reduction and a layout tweak. This was one of the maps in the tournament that was banned far too often, and a lot of people definitely did not like playing it. Hello, Hamill. Yes, Rohan has been very exciting in the beta. Fire arrow to Hellfurion? No, Hellfurions are not receiving fire arrows. So we are going to do another new map, and I believe it's going to be Meadhollow. Yes, this is a very good map as well from Bomber. We've been enjoying playing on it. So Rohan's biggest change has been that the economy got standardized. So the economy of Rohan no longer gives lesser resources as the farms level up. The health benefits and the economy have been standardized because it was just not going to work out for Rohan. So we needed to standardize the economy, and from there Rohan has shown significant improvement. And Haradwaith has had quite a few adjustments. So the one thing that happened with Rohan, when we standardized the economy, it was a whole new Rohan. I am not kidding. The faction's performance was just... It's had a very high win rate in the beta with the standardization of the economy. It has been significant for the faction. It has been one of the biggest changes, but I'm going to talk about other changes as we go in here. And we are going to do a Rohan Haradwaith. Yep, Thena has been enjoying playing Rohan. We are working really hard on the progression side of Rohan, but a lot of the tweaks you're going to be noticing are to make the gameplay significantly more fluid and allow for it to be very competitive. So Lothlorien has not received the change, but peasants got a damage increase. Theodred, for the Theodred fans out there, he has base splash now. We needed to kind of give Theodred something because the faction was in a position where we were seeing the reliance on AotR for quite a bit still. So Theodred now has splash by default because we wanted to move away from the idea that Rohan needs Theodred, not need Theodred, but they need AotR at all points. Just to make sure the hero roster is a bit more evened out. Alright, so we're going to get into it. Bountiful Harvest no longer stacks with wells, and it has been decreased to 20% because of the economy standardization. Alright, so we are on Meadhollow, a Rovanian region map. Now this is a beautiful map made by Bomber. It's very nice, very fresh to play on. And it's just got ambient Bjorning Berserkers. So it's very, very fresh. But yes, Rohan has seen significant improvement on the gameplay with the economy having been standardized. A white Harad indeed. Now, Haradwaith's change was that the tribal axemen have had a speed decrease. Their speed was 60 and now it is 55. The spam was so strong for Haradwaith, and it was taking away from other aspects of the early game options, such as Mahout and Corsairs. Now I'm going to go into detail a little bit about Haradwaith's Corsair changes. The Umbarian Citadel has been decreased from 600 to 500 in cost, and Corsairs have had a slight HP buff So the Corsair start is viable now. Does inflation not affect farms on peasant mode? No, it doesn't. It does affect farms on peasant mode. It does actually contribute. And again, one of the other big changes with Rohan was the draft towers. We have decreased the price of draft towers from 500 to 450, adjusted the build time from 45 to 30 seconds, and on top of that, the draft tower units are now discountable with the Rohan discounts. So you can get the more accessible units from draft towers with the farm and the windmill discount. Now, Karen Lambar for Haradwaith has also received a nerf on his Stonebreaker. A lot of people discussed how they didn't really think it should kill, you know, Minas Tirith swords or Westfolders with the base damage, but that has had a damage nerf. And another thing that is pretty cool for Haradwaith is that Sauron's Reward. It did have a damage bonus and armor bonus nerf, but it had a cooldown decrease, so now you can get it more often rather than less often. And the Pavilion has had its respective tweaks. What we've seen in the Pavilion from 8.0 to 8.2 was that the Scorpions were clearly overperforming, so we have nerfed Scorpion damage. That has had a soft nerf, and they are still quite viable. So it's just dependent on how people use them, and you have more time to react to Scorpions. Now, the Corsair start, as I said, is more viable. The Citadel only costs 500 now, and Corsairs, I believe, have remained the same price, but they've had a health bump just to help them out, and they're quite valuable in the Harad-Rohan matchup. Now, again, as I said, Peasants got a damage buff of 5, just to help them out with the harass, because they had issues harassing. Grim will for sure be very happy with the change. And we got Dry Spell, still affecting Rohan's farm if it was a production farm. Keep that in mind. And let's see, what else has changed for Haradwaith? Casimir had a nerf. Casimir was showing a very, very strong performance front. And it was just one of those things where, you know, we had moved Cold Judgment to level 6. And Hewer Stone in return was moved to level 9 from level 10. On top of that, Casimir now costs 2.2k for the, you know, base level purchase. And another thing to keep in mind that with all the Rohan changes, there have been some adjustments because the performance has been quite good in testing. Theoden himself has received no adjustments, but other heroes have. One of the biggest things about Rohan too is that we've actually changed one of Erkenbrand's abilities. So Erkenbrand used to have a crush ability, and we've changed that to a shield bash ability. So just an additional measure of crowd control for Rohan to be utilizing when they don't have Theodred or Eomer. Golden King as well has been buffed, HP and his level 10 damage over time. So the Corsair start, at the moment from what we're seeing, works best in the Rohan matchup. Just because of the opportunities the Corsairs have to fight against clump play. Thank you for the follow, Twitchy Tango. Appreciate that. And now we see Flame going for the secondary outpost. Now, one of the biggest things we saw in Haradwaith for owed 8.2 was that people were doing triple outpost plays. And it was something we didn't necessarily like to see because there are so many cool aspects to Haradwaith in terms of units and start points that the tribals were just way too dominant. So we had to make the adjustment of the tribal axeman speed to slow down the tribal spam. Now 650 CP here for Rohan going against 550 CP of Haradwaith. Now another thing that happened for Haradwaith actually was that March to War has received a buff. It was 15% damage and 15% armor, now it's 20% damage and 15% armor. Now, a lot of the Rohan stuff that we have been seeing additionally is that one of the biggest changes we did. Let me see if it's on the field yet. Yes. So one of the biggest changes we did for Rohan actually is that we tweaked the stables level 2 cost. And we happen to have tweaked the stables level 2 research time. So it's no longer 500 for the upgrade and is no longer 60 seconds for the upgrade period, but instead the Rohan's level 2 stables research period is 450 and a 30-second research time. Now this has shown Rohan to have a lot more flexibility in certain matchups with Rohirrim Warrior access, Rohirrim Archer access, and Riders of Snowborn. With this change, Riders of Snowborn have been very phenomenal in their role. Being able to be the cavalry counter and not be so reliant on Elfhelm, rather. So Rohan can pick another hero. And now we are seeing the Dornian Legionnaires coming from the inn, as this is a Rovanian map. Yes, he's keeping the pikes nearby. Good, good. But yes, Haradwaith with the house color of white looks fantastic. I think white is probably one of my best favorite or preferred house colors. We see a level 2 Haradwaith outpost now as well. Now, again, one of the changes I did mention was that the well for Rohan does not stack with Bountiful Harvest anymore, with the economy being standardized. And Rohan's spellbook with the economy being standardized is now way more even. You have more flexibility in Rohan's spellbook. You don't have to pivot and go left anymore. Yeah, this map is fantastic. It's very, very fun. So 650 CP for Rohan, 600 for Haradwaith. And now we see the pavilion out here for Flame as well. He's got the carrion feeder on the table too. As you can see, the White House color is looking pretty decent. Now, Rohan's actually able to really keep up on the unit side of things. They're able to be very flexible with the economy having been shifted the way we shifted it. Now, as I said, Great Scorpions have received a damage nerf for 8.3. It was quite the overperforming unit. Now people have more time to react. Which one counts as a buff when both theoretically cover the farm? Did you guys buff the Haradrim Cavalry? We did not buff the Haradrim Raiders. We have not seen the need for that yet in our games. But a lot of things for Haradwaith have received price adjustments, especially the Sanctum. Now the Sanctum has had a price decrease from 500 to 400, just for accessibility and to, you know, make it just more comfortable for people to consider transitioning to when they're at those opportunities. So I found myself using the Sanctum a lot more in testing originally. Now, Fourth Man of Darkness has been a very dominant power, but we have actually adjusted the damage and pierce armor of Easterling pikes. So now it's dealing less damage, and you can kill them a little bit faster. Now let's take a look at the spellbook. Yeah, so we see Flame still going down the center lane here for Haradwaith. Pupil Stone creating the stun. And notice that the Pupil Stone stun does not pause the time remaining, so it is quite valuable where it counts. Yeah. At certain points, LV, the overperforming aspects have certainly been nerfed, and other aspects have been highlighted with 8.3. But I'm very excited for a lot of the Rohan adjustments. I'm excited for a lot of the Gondor stuff and the Erebor things. A lot of the factions have also received some buff somewhere for the nerfs we've given. Now, spellbook point-wise right now is even for both players. We have a Peasant Horde with Eowyn. Ooh, Flame's got to be careful there. Flame definitely needs to get CR rule right now for Haradwaith just to get the leadership. He needs to do something to also push against Eowyn. But yeah, now we see it Nosey pushing for the draft tower. As I said, the build time on the draft tower is now 30 seconds, down from 45, and the units are all discountable. Any changes to the boar? Yeah, the boar has been nerfed. We nerfed the structure damage of the boar. And I believe that was the only nerf to the boar. The boar was just a bit of a cheesy tier 3 where it gave Rohan just kind of like too much of an advantage to some silly opportunities that the faction would have with the boar itself. Draft tower buffs 100%, buddy, 100%. But yeah, this is one of my favorite maps to definitely be playing on. 950 CP for Haradwaith going against 750 of Rohan. We see Curse of the Wind Demon down here as well. So you telling me it can't delete a fort anymore? Yeah, the fortresses are no longer getting deleted by the boar. It is receiving less value, but what you'd expect for a tier 3. Now, we do see CR Rule on the field now for Flames. So he's got that tribal leadership, which is good. He definitely needed that right now to go against Eowyn. Ooh, they have no cavalry here. Very nice. Okay, clean trample. Now, Nosey is at tier 3 pickup here as Rohan. And Flame actually Actually, no. He spent the power points he had on Curse of the Wind Demon, of course. Now, we found peasants to be very reliable for harassing with the damage buff that we gave them. All they needed really was the 35 to 40 damage bump. And now they're able to harass comfortably. You don't need too many peasants, but you just need 1 to 2 battalions and you're looking pretty good. And we see, I think Nosey is planning to do the Erkenbrand transition. This is one of the things in Rohan that is kind of cool. We are still looking at things for that, just to make it smoother and better. But Erkenbrand, as I said, has a shield bash ability now. Oh, I didn't realize Erkenbrand died. That's unlucky. So yeah, I guess Erkenbrand's gone. But he has a shield bash type ability now. It's a little bit smaller than Farron for his, to compare shield bashes. I know a lot of people find Farron extremely valuable for Woodland Realm. And Flame over here has the caravan down for Haradwaith. Yeah, actually, Nosey has the boar right now, so we're probably going to see some boar shenanigans from him. Did Ent Summon change? Ent Summon has not changed. It did get spread out a little bit more, so you couldn't just kind of knock it back. Yes, so we're going to see what the boar does now in Haradwaith's base. Now look at the structure damage to a level 2 outpost. Much, much less than what you see normally on a 8.2. The damage was reduced from 400 to 300 to be specific. And Flame has gone for Baruthiel as well. Now the Umbarian Citadel is only level 1, but keep in mind the boar has its passive slow, because it's one of my favorite things that we did for the boar when we did it. And Nosey here using West Folders for Rohan. He's got the level 2 stables up and running, so we're going to see some Rohirrim Horse Archers. Now Rohirrim Horse Archers did receive a buff as well. They had a attack animation adjustment and a rate of fire adjustment. I believe that's what it is. So now they shoot a little bit better at the baseline infantry, as being elite archers and all. They need a little bit of attention. Yep. $875 CP here for Rohan, going against a 1,000 CP for Haradwaith.
Mushrooms.
Thank you for the follow, Fertz. Yeah, so we still, of course, have the hunting trophy from the boar. And this is the damage the boar did after taking out the Gondor outpost. I don't know if it actually took out the citadel. I can't remember. It's still good value from the boar. It's just, a little bit less. And we see Flame is using the monkey. Everyone's a big monkey enjoyer, so enjoy that. I can still solo a, don't know what that is, Panics. I think you misspelled that.
Mushrooms.
Thank you for the follow, Barrack. So technically, it depends if, I don't believe it can still solo a fort. I'm not entirely sure on that. But it's going to aggro onto whichever structure it's nearest first, if that makes most sense. So it's not going to necessarily always pick up the fortress first. You can't just control the boars. So that's the other thing, since the boar is naturally pretty RNG. And we see Flame here using the Guldur bulwarks as well from the inn. Oh, I never checked that prog. Never actually checked that out. But the summon is a little bit more spread out. Sierra Rule in a little bit of a tough position. He's got back out, but the Guldur bulwarks over here saving him. Now, Flame has the Kondish Charioteers as well at this time. Now, if we take a look at Rohan right now, they have 775 CP, working their way up to a tier 4, and we have 950 CP of Haradwaith. Ooh, Sierra Rule might be going down here. Oh no, yep, Sierra Rule goes down. Exactly. Yeah, skill issue, 100%. Alright, so what are we seeing on the field here still? Is the Caravan of Flame. It's almost level 2. We have the Kondish Charioteers going off on Rohan's back end. Now, on 8.2, you used to see Rohan have a very difficult time with their economy when 500, 600 CP kind of hit because of inflation. But in testing, we have found them to be doing much, much better overall. Ants can't even kill an upgraded fort. Well, naturally, most things can't kill an upgraded fort. It takes a lot more effort. And the Pukal Stone giving a Rohan that stun opportunity on themselves and the opponent's troops. Oh, wait, someone died. I think that was Elfhelm. Erkenbrand's back on the field. Westfolder transition coming in. 425 with the windmill discount. Keep that in mind. And we got the Rohirrim warriors in the back end. Oh, actually, he chain stunned with Pukal Stone. Funny. Yeah, so Nosey has 2 Pukal Stones on the field somewhere. I'm trying to find them right now. I can't. But the 2 Pukal Stones are indeed somewhere. And Brodopan's on the field here for Haradwaith. Brodopan has been seen more in testing, with Corsairs being a bit more viable. CR Rule is back, but yes, as you can see, Erkenbrand's Valor of the Hammerhand, where it was a crush before, is now a shield bash instead.
We ride with Zuladan.
And I love to see Baruthiel value. Now, Baruthiel hasn't had any changes, but she is quite valuable. A little bit more interesting, naturally, with some of the adjustments for Haradwaith. And we do see Flame going for Oasis additionally. Now, you can see the value the Guldur Bulwarks are giving. 10% armor to the Travels and Corsairs, 10% speed debuff, as well as 20% armor at level 4. But they're only level 1, so you're not seeing the rest of the leadership tweaks. And Suladan is now on the field. So Suladan in particular for Haradwaith has not received any tweaks. But the heroes that did, as I mentioned, are Casimir and Karan Lamar. So 1000 CP for Haradwaith, and Rohan is very close to a tier 4 right now. So right now, Flame played this pretty tight. He had a good mix of Corsair and Travel. Corsairs have been very, very good with all the changes you give them, and Stormcrow has not changed. Karen Lambar received a nerf to Stonebreaker, his AoE, and Casimir has had Cold Judgment, his stun, moved to level 6 from 5, and his Hewer Stone from 10 to 9, with a price increase to 2.2. We have found Casimir to be quite good still. Biggest change for Rohan, though, one of my favorites, besides the economy adjustment, is single-handedly the level 2 stables adjustment. Going from 5 to 450 for cost with a approach of 60-second research time to 30-second is also quite valuable. Yes, Casimir was extremely, extremely too good. But he's very central to the faction, so, you know, it is what it is, too. Now, again, as a reminder, the draft tower units are discountable now from the farm and windmill discounts. Yes, Grimbjorn got nerfed. Farron also got his respective adjustments. So, but we'll go over Woodland Realm probably after this game. I think they'll probably end up doing a Woodland Realm game. Any Legolas Stormcrow summon nerf? No, Legolas has not been nerfed for Stormcrow. Stormcrow is intended to be the army killer for Rohan, so we are not looking to adjust that at this time. We haven't seen necessarily an overperformance in a 1v1, and here we see Stormcrow now. Speaking of that, Yo, hold on. Yes. What are we gonna see? Gandalf stun. Cool, cool, cool. Look at that damage. Very nice. Better see some Rohan next tournament for sure. Erun for sure. Look at that. Oh yeah, one thing we did with Arkenbrand as well is that we have optimized his Gilded Horn. Gilded Horn is now a faster cast. It was a little bit too slow for what it's worth. So there's that in mind. Legolas. Where's Legolas? Suladan looking to solo Legolas. Yeah. Oh, yep. There we go. Twin strike. Oh man, Haradwaith's heroes just got neutered. Look at that. Rohan on the recovery. Okay, let's see what else Flame is doing. We do not see a Sanctum in this game, but the Sanctum, as I mentioned before, had a price decrease from 5 to 400. One of my favorite things about Stormcrow Gandalf naturally is that he can use a Wizard's Blast when mounted. Nosey really trying to stay in this match right now. He's received some tough harass from Flame. Yes, Casimir has hit the field. Now, for those of you that don't know what Hewer of Ranks is, it's the ability that was level 10, but we never really saw it competitively. It's Casimir knocks down pins target hero for 15 seconds. Normal units knock down and damage, and Casimir's damage and armor increased by 50% for 30 seconds. Now, this is kind of interesting that Nosey has chosen to drop the boar on the Oasis. He's not going to get much value at this point, but he needs to take care of the Oasis for sure. Now, Flame has a large amount of map control here. Very, very large. But the Corsair tribal mix here that we're seeing from Flame is actually pretty meta for the Rohan matchup right now that we're finding in testing. And Flame has grabbed more spellbook options. Oh no, where's Baruthu? Oh, she's chilling. Oh, she died to the cavalry. And Casimir trying to swing on Erkenbrand. Erkenbrand's level 6, so he does have the Westfold leadership. Oh, interesting. I don't know if actually the Pequal Stone does stun monsters or not, but the Scorpion is not stunned. Never actually checked that. So yeah, again, keep in mind the Scorpion nerf has shown a little bit more preference on using different kinds of siege as Haradwaith rather than leaning more on the Scorpion for some opportunities. And yes, Flame actually did a forward caravan. Pretty cool. He did a forward caravan to upgrade his Haradwaith pikes.
They will not be rid of me so easily.
Mushrooms!
Thank you for the follow, Jakery. And Nosey says, GG, well played. So yeah, that was a great Haradwaith here by Flame against Nosey's Rohan. Now, Corsairs are pretty big in this matchup that we've been finding, so it's good to see that. All right, so we're just going to go back to GR real quick. You know, pretty standard. And we'll just actually see if they want to go back to GR continue. So I'm hoping to, yeah, okay, so we're just going to continue. Cool. So the next game I would like to see them do is not Haradwaith, Woodland Realm. Woodland Realm has received quite a few changes, and it will be interesting to talk about that one. Let me see what map we can do. Maybe this one. Yeah, Corsair's got a decrease on the structure price, and the level 2 upgrade took that 100 in exchange. Door Amarth, let me see. Yeah, so Door Amarth, I don't know if I said it, but I did get some layout tweaks. It's smaller, and we did a adjustment there. Have you heard of the High Elves? Can we see the High Elves now? Ooh. Flame wants to know what faction you guys want to see him play. Yeah, Eisen has had quite a few changes of their own. But I just want to see. Yeah, so she's asking for Woodland Realm. Okay. Anyone else want to see the Woodland Realm tweaks? So, okay. Rivendell, yeah. Okay. Some Eisen from any would be great. Let's keep it going. Eisen, Woodland Realm. Ah, Lothlorien tweaks. Yes, I forgot. We have had some Lothlorien tweaks. And the tweaks have been good. Alright, so Wethrin has also received some minor layout adjustments. Wombly, what color do you want Nosey to go for as Isengard? Okay, he wants white. All right, here we go. So, yeah, as I said, Woodland Realm, very powerful faction in 8.2, but we have made certain adjustments here to change that up because Sylvans are very dominant, and Grimbeorn and Farron were monstrous. We had the Bear Boys roaming the streets, terrorizing everything. And when we get there, I will go into detail. All right, so Wethrin, the changes were this. Oh, what? That must be a misclick. Whoops, must be something going on. 1 second. We just couldn't check real quick. Okay, don't know what that was. 1 second. Could try that again. Not sure what happened to Flame there. Oh, he wants Door Amarth. That's why. Okay, hold on. We're going to do Door Amarth. Yes, so I'll talk about the Door Amarth rework in a second here. All right, so Door Amarth has received, as I said, a layout adjustment, and the inns have been moved and a size decrease. Exactly, Thena, exactly. Woodland Realm is still powerful, but we've adjusted certain elements. Alright, so as you can see, Amarth is more reasonably sized for the 1v1s. We have moved the inns away from the corners. Basically, the corners are reduced. And the inns are now here, a little bit more closer to the bases. So that Morgul Pikemen and Athelian Sentinels can be utilized in the games. We have found actually that some games where the inns were farther away, we weren't seeing necessarily too much in value, and Nan Harland was a perfect example of, you know, in positioning being very relevant to gameplay. But anyways, one of the things we adjusted here for Woodland Realm is that we actually reduced the shrine discount. So Sylvans were extremely cost effective. They used to be discounted up to 25%. We've now taken that down to 20%. That's one of the main things of the early game, and in addition, we have actually changed the Beorning Lodge. The Beorning Lodge no longer has a very small radius, but has a more average-sized economy radius. So you can't just put 3 in the back end of a base anymore, realistically. You kind of have to spread them out if you want that Beekeeper bonus. But in addition to the Beorning Lodge's economy radius, we have also adjusted the cost of the Beorning Lodge to be 450. We did that as well because we made the Woodsman unit. The unit wasn't very used for a while, but that unit is now more of a mid-game sword for Woodland Realm. So it costs 375 with a damage bump, a health increase, and it's been looking pretty good. Woodland Realm progression is looking a bit more fluid. We've adjusted some stuff on the Greenwood side to make it more accessible. A Beorning start or Riot. Yeah, 100%. Crazy. So Isengard, we've been keeping a very close eye on Isengard. The rewards factor for the Wildmen is now adjusted, and Isengard has been keeping a very close lead to power points. Bear Boys can be trampled now, just like any other hero units. They cannot be trampled, but what happened to the Bear Boys is that they only get leadership and modifier bonuses from Grimbjorn. They are monster units. Yep, they are not hero units. That is correct. And another big change for Isengard actually is that we've adjusted the torch upgrade. The torch upgrade has gone from 300 to 200. But in return for the price decrease, we've given it a damage decrease as well. So you have to still be cautious, but it's more accessible. Now keep in mind as well, Amarth's creeps are still in the same spot. Nothing has really changed there, but the map is way more fluid than it was. But yes, the biggest change for Woodland Realm is that the progression is just being a little bit, I guess I would say tuned up, or tuned, however you want to phrase it. We're just taking a very good opportunity here to review the faction's progression. Farron's nerf was a adjustment to his shield bash yet again. We've seen that in the previous patch, but it's still very strong. As you can see here, Nosey. Nosey as Isengard is using the torches to harass with the Wildman. It's more accessible, but it deals less damage, just to give the Wildman a little bit more of an oomph. And Thranduil has also received a buff for Woodland Realm. He was a hero that was really overlooked, I would say, in 8.2 and 8.1 and a little bit of 8.0. He received a buff for his survivability because he had a tendency to ride into pikes and just die. So we've taken account to look at that and adjust it accordingly. Thranduil got a buff for his survivability. Yep. He was not very appealing in comparison to Grimbjorn naturally, but he was dying way too easily when mounted. So the Grimbjorn nerf was a strong man radius deduction and a damage decrease. So Grimbjorn is much more tame. While he's still good, it was a mild nerf. Also, Elven King's Decree from the Woodland Realm spellbook has been adjusted as well. It is no longer 50% experience gain. It is 33% experience gain. Gilded Guard access has been pushed back as well. A Sylvan Garrison now costs 1,500 instead of 1,200. Hey, Fenton Smite, how you doing, buddy? Yep. Woodland Realm has a very interesting spellbook. That's for sure. Buffs and debuffs. And as I said, for Lurtz and Isengard, he has had a cooldown increase on his cripple. So it's no longer short, but it's more, you know, I believe it's 90 or 100 seconds for Lurtz's cripple. Gilded Guard were nerfed. I believe the Gilded Guard had their abilities moved up one level, if I'm not mistaken. And then the Gilded Guard are technically further gated because Sylvan Garrison's price has been increased. So it's a bit more costly to get Gilded Guard on the field with that in mind. And right now we see Nosey here with a Grimout Worm Tongue. Okay. Gonna have to figure out what was up with Flame there. 1 second. All right, so we're going to redo that match. I guess Flame was not satisfied with his early game and how it was going. Oh, yeah, they did have a HP nerf. I forgot about that. Yep. That's a question for Thena. I am not good at remembering specific stat stuff, but Thena can comment on that in the chat. Like I said, half hand, Farron has had a nerf. He had banishment move to level 8. He had a nerf on his shield bash in addition there. It does less damage. Yep, he had a nerf. He had his pin pushed back further. Also, a cooldown increase on the pin as well. Yeah, we saw Farron is one of those heroes in a faction that he is a must-have on the field. It's one of those situations where it's like he's, as I would say, required rather, like any other faction hero almost. It's kind of like, I'm not sure who to compare him to. Maybe I would compare him to Gloin, but like a little bit more expensive. Like he's a must-have hero. And right over here, we see Flameofthewest going for a Bjorning Lodge start. So Arun over here looking for the bear start. Now, if we take a look here, we do see Flame has gone for Hidden Sentries on Nosey's base, and he's able to get the vision radius he's looking for and understand what kind of a start that Isengard is going for. And Nosey has also done a Palantir-based, drop on Woodland Realms base. But yes, as I said, Woodmen are 375 now. A little bit more expensive because they are more of a mid-game sword unit. Basically, Woodland Realm was lacking an ideal mid-game sword because the Royal Barracks was a little bit farther away, but the Woodmen being buffed this way has allowed them to have a spotlight. Okay, trying to figure out what Flame's doing here. Maybe he made the wrong structure. So Isengard's at 400 CP going against a 350 of Woodland Realm. Yep, we're seeing the Bear Boys start. Cool, cool. It seems to me that the combo of abilities made GG totally exaggerate to hunt heroes, etc. In a way, possibly. But we have seen better options to control the Gilded Guard since the Sylvan Garrison now costs more. You have more time to react to their presence on the field. They're not super accessible with that in mind.
At your call.
They're still accessible, but a little bit more gated. And the Woodsmen are on the furnace. Comfortable harass opportunity right there for Flame. Exactly. It was often fueled by the B economy radius. So with the Lodge change and the Sylvan Garrison adjustment, they are not super easily accessible like they were in Aport 2. So yeah, the point as well here was that the Lodge, because of Sylvan dominance, had also kind of lost its place outside the Beekeeper upgrade. So we're giving it more of a mid-game position. So this is looking to be more of a mid-game transition period for Woodland Realm. With that in mind, the Druids have not received changes. No. Oh, it was quite a big deal for certain factions to try and counter a rushed Gilded Guard. And if anyone could do it exceptionally, it was Adivasi. He was able to rush those boys out like it was nothing. So yeah, right now, Amarth is a pretty comfortable map to 1v1 on. Simply because it's not as large as it was, and you just have more opportunity to go in for the harass. So if this were to be used in a future tournament, I would see more people being able to use it, because I'm enjoying myself to 1v1 on it with the layout rework that Bomber had done. Yeah, you can't cheese with them as much as you used to either. That is the biggest thing here. Alright, let's look at this. 450 CP for Woodland Realm against 450 of Isengard still. Spellbook-wise, Woodland Realm is ahead by half a point. Yeah, so I feel like Isengard's having a difficult time right now, pressuring back because the woodsmen are on the field, and how Flame did it is pretty convenient for him. So we're going to see how Nosey handles this, whether or not. Okay, another thing. So Sharku has had some adjustments for himself. And Sharku's adjustment was actually on his Man-Eater ability. It no longer gives 100% damage and armor, it's 50% damage and armor. So that was a bit too much before. It enabled for too much survivability, and we found it appropriate to decrease that ability's self-buff for Sharku. You could do a lot of shenanigans with Sharku, not gonna lie. So we found Sharku to be a little bit more, I guess I would say fair right now with this adjustment of his Man-Eater ability.
Sylvan Spears, awaiting your command.
But yeah, Woodland Realm now at 6 points, 525 CP against Isengard, who's still behind slightly. 550 CP. Sharker's got to get out of there. He's a little bit tight right now with the Sylvan Pike interaction. So I believe Nosey is going to be leaning right side for industry support in this matchup. And I'm curious if he's going to show off some of the Dunish adjustments just with accessibility. But yes, as you can see, Ithilien Sentinels are the in-unit here, and the evil faction has Morgul Pikemen, as I called out before. So with this adjustment for the layout, we should be seeing the in-units more frequently on this map. And it looks like right over here, Flame is actually waiting for the Ithilien Sentinels to pair them with the Woodsman. So DG as well as Misty Mountains, as Thena said, have had all respective changes. Based off of what we saw in 8.2 and tournament statistics. So I'm excited to talk about those when we get there. We saw a lot of shenanigans with DG in particular. Now, what is Woodland Realm looking to do? Yes, we have Druid on the field now. So, again, no tweaks to the Druid. It's still something, of course, we're observing. But right now we see... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. No, we had tweaks to the Druid. I apologize. The oak trees have been adjusted. I believe it's 10 resources a tick now? Yeah. 10 resources a tick from the oak trees instead of 15 like it was prior. But this single-handedly, this one adjustment for Sharku has shown some good opportunity to counter Sharku a little bit better. You could pull stuff with Sharku with it being such a high self-armor and damage buff. It looks like Nosey's trying to hit Flame right over here, but he's also getting pushed back in his own base. Sharker's got to be careful with the Ithilien Sentinels on the field. Great Goblin. No changes to the Great Goblin. Oh, you're talking Great Goblin is GG. I see what he said. Gotcha. Okay, so we gotta see what Flame's looking to do. It looks like he has yet to pull a hero. Classic Flame, sticking with the units. And right now we happen to see Nosey has gone for Lurts. Now, as I said before, his Cripple has a longer cooldown. If I'm not... It's either 90 or 100 seconds down instead of what it was prior. Making him more balanced. Fair adjustment because Eisen's hero management was just bonkers. Oh, is he gonna get that, or is the Ithilien Sentinels gonna be recruited and just kill him? Okay. Looks like he got it. So we might end up seeing a Lothlorien game today as well, and I can cover the tweaks that we did to Lothlorien with that in mind. But right now, Urk Scouts are much less dominant. They're still good. They're still very versatile units, but they are less dominant with the Crush Armor adjustment. Okay, here we go. We see Flame has pulled Radagast to support the Woodman army. Very good. Now, keep in mind, Radagast's leadership for Woodman is 75% experience and 33% damage in armor. So he's basically there to support the Woodman army, as well as provide valuable CC. Yes, the Golden King received a buff. He received a buff in HP. And his level 10 dot effect has received a damage bump as well. I guess. Look at this. Morgul Pikeman. I think this is obviously Nosey's. Yep. Very cool.
Come on. Slay them all.
Ooh, Galleon. Okay, Galleon's on the field now. I mean, Sharku could probably take Galleon, if I'm being honest.
We are the fighting Uruk-hai. Keep going.
So 700 CP for Woodland Realm, and Nosey is over here at 1000 CP. And he has Industry now for his tier 2, so we're definitely going to be seeing a little bit of shenanigans. I mean, he's got 76 resources a tick off of this furnace, which is pretty good. Ooh, where's Sharku? Hold on. He's up here. Okay, Sharku was almost dead. Below half health.
Bury the snakes.
Radagast's Faithful Guardian here with the stun. Did Witch King receive any nerfs? Witch King has not received any nerfs, no. Just the baseline Nazgul. Technically, the Witch King did get nerfed because of the Spire buff for Nazgul's getting nerfed. So yes, I would say he got a nerf because of the passive armor damage bonus from the Spire. But Mordor is more, I would say, you have to be careful with the early game, but the late game is still very strong. It's a good thing.
Over here.
Right now we're seeing Sharku chilling. Woodman harassing very effectively. Spire's second nerf this patch too, yep. Yep, Spire did receive a nerf in 8.2, I believe, and we nerfed it again in 8.3. As we can see, Nosey here is transitioning to the Urk side of the faction. Lurtz is now level 4, so he has access to his cripple. So Flame has to be very careful with a hero like Radagast or Galleon if Galleon's still around. Targil is now on the field though for Flame. And it looks like, yeah, okay. Isengard Berserker on the field here. Galleon chilling over here with the Sylvan and the Woodman units. But where is Radagast is over here, level 5. Yeah, it's a very interesting match. Up right here we see, okay, right here, Lurtz has crippled Radagast. And the hail of arrows has gone off here for Woodland Realm. So now actually Lurtz is in danger. Radagast is naturally a beefy hero, so Lurtz's Relentless Warrior isn't going to be as impactful. Yeah, Lurtz has to back away. Knows he's probably going to end up losing Lurtz. We're going to see Send in the Wargs, yep. Oh yeah, I think Send in the Wargs, I can't remember if this was 8.2 or 8.3, but Send in the, it might have been 8.2. I can't recall, maybe it was 8.3. I just know the animation has been decreased, so it's cast a little bit faster now. White Isengard is pretty good, yes. Now Radagast has access to Siphon Witchcraft, so he's got the option to heal nearby heroes and units now. And Farron has now arrived for Flame. He's searching up Beekeeper for the economy increase. Notice how much later it was in the match generally, but okay, right now we see Sharku had activated his Man-Eater, so he got the health bump back. Ooh. Is he going to try and do some shenanigans, though, on Radagast? Ooh.
Sylvan Wardens, standing ready.
So yeah, we got the Woodland Realm Hero Squad. Tariel, Galleon, Farron up north here.
Awaiting your command.
And Flame is trying to keep up the prod. Maybe we're going to see the Royal Barracks coming up over here. Nope, but we see the Treasury, actually. So Flame's going for upgrades right now. Oh, Nosey has Saruman, actually, on the field. Okay, so Saruman has, of course, he didn't receive any tweaks in 8.3. We thought he was pretty good where he is for the Isengard position, being a faction leader and all. Nice Wizard's Blast, though. Gotta love that. Now he pinned Radagast yet again. Radagast is moving. Over here on the northern side, we see Urks going against the Sylvans with the Wildman's support. And Radagast goes down to Lurtz and Sharku. $850 CP for Woodland Realm, going against 1,000 for Isengard style. Now, Nosey having build me an army is still quite advantageous. Now, no changes were made to build me an army in 8.3, just so everyone knows. Farron's already level 4. He's going to end up being level 5 soon to have access to Sound the Alarm. Oh, okay, yeah. So Flame has the Bjorning Berserkers on the field now. He's going for a 2nd Battalion. Advasi, buddy, how you doing? We're just talking about the balance changes. You know, the Gilded Guard adjustments. What is Flame saying? Ha to. Trying to figure that out. And right now we have Ugluk on the field. Ugluk does have new voice lines. People know that. Cool colors, yep, for sure. Farron is going down here.
We are the fighting Urukai.
And it looks like Flame's in a very tough position right here. He's losing his heroes up north to Sharku and Gang. Targo has just gone down. Not sure why Farron's over here. Oh, he's just trying to get rid of the economy. Ooh, he's up against 2 Isengard Berserkers, though. That's not good. That is not good. Oh, he needs to heal. Yep, he healed. Okay, but he's got... no, it's not going to get out. Ooh, Galleon's going to die. Yikes. Yep. So Saruman now yeeting himself away. Oh, wait, but Saruman has access to Fireball. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my God. Yikes. Okay, the Bjorning Berserkers seem to have died to the Uruk Pike, supported by Lurtz and Saruman, of course. So Flame is now at a decent disadvantage. He's losing a lot of units. 906 out of 1,000 CP for Eisen, while Flame has 600 out of 925. He's just picked up Elven King's Patience, though. Ooh. He's got to be careful. Okay. So Isengard has their heroes, but Woodland Realm is not at a position where they have their heroes. Flame happened to have lost quite a few of his heroes. Okay, Isengard going heavy on the harass. As you can see, the Bjornings without the modifiers are not too much, it's just right. Yes, Adavasi, the Gilded Guard did get some changes. Sylvan Garrison got a price increase. Their abilities got moved up by 1. Moved down, I should say. So where they are now, they're all now at 1 later level. Oh, look at that fireball. That's bonkers. Bonkers fireball right there from Saruman. And a small HP nerf as well to the Gilded Guard.
My king still has need of me.
Now Farron is back for Woodland Realm. He's level 5. Flame does not have any upgrades outside of banners right now. And Saruman's in a very dominant position here, though, for Isengard, definitely. So Wrath of Gahadris is now in the use of Nosey, so we're going to see what happens here if he ends up using them. But Sound the Alarm, a very advantageous buff that we've seen before. I remember W, in one of his early Woodland Realm games, hit 3 Sylvan Clearings with that, and it was quite nice. Alright, Nosey moving up the center. He's moving on the side with Sharku. Bjorning Berserker's got to be a little bit careful. We got Farron's pikes from his summon right there in front. Farron is crippled by alerts. Oh no! Yikes, how much did that eliminate? Oh, okay, Flame calls GG. So that match goes to Nosey. Interesting game. Okay, let me see what map we want to do next. Maybe... Let's see. What do we want to do? What do we want to do for a map? Probably take it back to Nan Harlan. Second. Ah, okay. Yeah, so we are going to do... The next one we're going to do is Fords of Isen Unlame. We did retexture it. Okay, so we're gonna see if we can do a Lorien DG matchup, or we're gonna see what what the guys want to do here, so I can cover Lorien and Dol Guldur changes. Lorien VDG, it would be cool, but I think they want to do another Rohan game or two. So 1 second. Because there are some good changes in Lorien that I want to cover. So we're just going to see what the guys want to do here. We have plenty of time. The stream's not going anywhere. Okay, so it's up to Flame's preference by Nosey's opinion. Take a minute to decide. Let me double check. Ah, yes, okay. You're right, Camogan. Okay, so we're going to do Flame as Lothlorien and Nosey here as Rohan for this game. All right, here we go. All right, so now I can talk about the Lorien tweaks since we have a Lorien game. So Lothlorien's tweaks were in the hero squad. Single-handedly, we've adjusted Galadriel, we've adjusted Celeborn. That's the biggest tweak. Celeborn was one of those heroes that people had a real hard time killing. And when I say we adjusted it, first off, the main thing we did to Celeborn and Galadriel is that we've increased their price from 3,000 to 3.5. So they're not as accessible, but they're still accessible if you play Lothlorien correctly in terms of progression and you have the opportunity to grab them. Lothlorien's economy was, pretty good, so they had easy time grabbing them. And in addition, we've moved Celeborn's permanent heavy armor from level 5 to level 6, and his experience from level 7 to level 8. Galadriel's nerf was with the price, but then her nerf was on the hero/heroic debuff that she gives. It's no longer minus 25%, but it's minus 15%. Because we found that Galadriel, when she was up front, she was really making it quite easy for the hero squad to survive with that debuff of the minus 25% damage to the enemy heroes and heroics. In addition, her hero recharge timer was decreased from 25 to 20%. So if she shows up here, we will see some adjustments there. But in addition, the fact of the matter for the price, has shifted the presence of Celeborn and Galadriel being so easily seen. And it looks like here we see Nosey going for a fast stables as Rohan. Maybe anticipating some cavalry, so he's probably going to do some snowborn, or he's looking to do Horseman of the Mark to knock back the Towerwaith. Now, another thing that we changed on Lothlorien was the early game Towerwaith unit. That unit has received a health nerf, and the damage was also decreased because it was just a very strong swordsman unit, and Lothlorien already had quite a good tier 1 unit roster, so we've adjusted the Towerwaith accordingly, essentially there. What was changed with Moloch? Moloch has received no changes. We haven't really seen a need to adjust Moloch. And now we see Nosey adjusting for the cavalry on the field by Flame and going for the yeoman pikes. I don't know if this is asked before, but in the menu outside of the game, same place you can change the menu back as possible, change the background menu color like BFM1 had, red menu. You can change your wallpaper in the options tool, yeah, if that's what you're referring to. You can indeed change your wallpaper. And now we're seeing the yeoman pikes hit the field. Dual wield for Moloch? Never. Never gonna happen. That's not gonna be a thing. So it's interesting to see Flame actually go for a stable start here. He did 2 Rivendell Bloom and a stables. We don't see that too often with Lothlorien. Just because it has a tendency to kind of backfire on the player if they don't get their infantry lined up. Right now, though, we do see Flame taking a moment to creep. Now, another hero squad adjustment that was done was actually a buff to Orphan. Orphan was a hero that wasn't really seeing much gameplay at all. 1 second. Half-hand. Any changes on farm stun time, or is it still the same? It is still the same half-hand. The Lothlorien Lantern is still a 5-second stun. There's no opportunity to really lower that without harming the overall Lothlorien central gameplay of their defensive mechanic. Okay, as we see, Flame going with the pike and sword combo. Nosey taking the time to creep on the map. Yep, indeed. And, you know, one of the things that made the guys want to do the house colors is the fact we could do it completely optional. You know, if people wanted to use it, they could use it. If people wanted to not see anything about the house colors, they could turn it off, and that's how it works. No, for sure. I mean, Haldur's teleport is quite valuable. That's can't deny that. But there's no need to adjust that at this time, in my opinion at least. I haven't seen a need to do so. So Flame really taking the moment here to creep, but Nosey also creeping 2 warglers.
Ready for battle.
Ah, yes. I was talking about Orphan Halfhand. We gave him a buff in terms of his cost. We decreased it from a 1.1 to 1,000. And then we have also moved his abilities all down 1. So his Meadhollow is available at level 2. Warden of the Ninth is available at level 5. And Border Judgment, I believe it's called, is available at level 7. Another hero that was adjusted was Isirion. She had her personal heal, not personal heal, but hero CD reduction adjusted from 25 to 20. So that's the biggest thing that she's had done to her. Now Flame has 450 CP against Nosey's 600. Now you'll notice in a lot of matchups where Haradwaith were quite dominant as a sword unit, it shifted because of the nerf in health and damage. The veterans of the last alliance have had no changes. And it looks like Flame here has actually lost his stables. So Nosey was able to conveniently take that out. Oh, he's got Ruma on the field. Okay. So now we see Ruma here sniping the cavalry. Good, good. And in addition, actually, Nosey's pulled out an early Eowyn roughly. Well, actually not early. It was the same time as Rumil.
Take up arms, yeoman.
Oh, he's got to be careful of Eowyn. The Lothlorien infantry is definitely going to chase her down. Nope. Okay, she can go back inside. Haggard Treebeard Rush. Is there a Treebeard Rush happening? Did not see it. No, there's no Treebeard Rush. Nah. None of that at all. So Rohan's at 8 points in the bank, and Lothlorien's at 6 points. So Nosey is ahead in the spellbook game. 575 CP versus 525, very close. Now, as I've said it in the last Rohan game, peasants have received the damage buff of +5, allowing them to comfortably harass better without the need for so many battalions to make up that difference in time. Can y'all remember the old Lothlorien fort? Absolutely. The old Lothlorien fort was something, you know. That was quite different.
Take up your spears, sentries.
Okay, I guess Flame was having an issue. I don't know what was up with that. Maybe he just couldn't come back. I think Flame just couldn't come back from his position in that match. Ah, okay. Flame was saying he had a little bit of lag in that moment, so that's why he couldn't. Okay. One second here. We'll continue. Okay, so that might be it from Flame. So let me see if Nosey wants to pop into voice for a little bit and talk about some of the changes. We could probably do that. One second, just gotta confirm with him. See if he's got the time. All right, cool. Yeah, so 1 second. Nosey's going to join us on stream, and we're going to go over a few things. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. All right, so 1 second. Just going to take a moment here. All right, so we're just gonna wait on Nosey to hop in voice here, and we're gonna talk a little bit about everything. So I know I've been going a little bit fast over some of the changes, but what have been y'all's favorite change that you've kind of seen so far? Was it some of the Erebor stuff? Was it some of the Rivendell early game? Was it the Gondor tweaks we've shown a little bit of? All right, so Nosey should be here in voice in 1 more minute, and we can get started on the conversations. Should just be a few more minutes now on Old Nose. I think maybe 1 more minute. All right, there we go. Hello.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so everyone should be able to hear you. So, like, while we've been testing 8.3, how have you found some of the balance changes to be as we've been going through it? Like the Erebor tweaks, how have the Erebor tweaks been, in your opinion, for the gameplay, shifting from the left side spellbook dynamic to the right?
Hmm. Well, I think Erebor is still the same faction, really, but the right spellbook line is just better. It's more viable to choose.
Yep, which is a good change because forever it was like rebuild, deep delving, warrior acclaimed into Thor's horde. Like that's what
Hmm.
it was forever. And but how have you found the dynamic and the flexibility of the Ravens of Erebor change for the utility it's now providing from beginning to end for the Erebor matchups, where it could be a little bit tight?
So we had a couple matchups where Erebor couldn't really win, like
Mm.
uh, the Mahud Harad is almost unwinnable for Erebor because you have to gamble. Um, if Harad goes with a tribal start, it's kind of even. But if they go Mahud, you pretty much have no way of defending your mines.
Mm. Mm.
So the Ravens allows you to scout. By picking the Ravens, you can scout and then bring them back to your base to buff your mines and your Hall of Warriors.
Right, right. And I know for Oakenshield, we had adjusted the Lake Town Bowman price from I think 350 down to 325. So that's another
Yeah,
plus for Oakenshield rather. But when it comes to all the other things like the fully armed and filthy, we see some pretty good gameplay in terms of flexibility. Like when you think you're a little bit outnumbered, you pop that, and then you've got a good position on the opponent. And then you've
yeah,
got Undermine as well, where um, once you drop Undermine, you've got a good forward base kind of set up. It just depends how you're executing it, though, for it to be quite valuable to you. And Jarl has a question now. He's asking, do you think now the different factions will be able to handle Mordor better?
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so I have a couple thoughts on Mordor. Mordor isn't in 8.2, Mordor isn't overpowered. The whole faction isn't overpowered.
Mm.
But some strategies are too good, like starting with 4 farms and then doing the debuff on the spellbook and then troll start. There's very little you can do once Mordor gets that kind of rolling. And then it gets even worse because the left spellbook kills everything that their regular units can't. So you have tons of cheap orcs everywhere and then trolls, but you don't really have something that's good at killing heroes. Well, the left spellbook route, especially the cavalry summon and Shelob, just kill pretty much every hero they're summoned on top of, and it kind of snowballs Mordor's advantage.
Mm. And how do you feel with the adjustments we made? That has been for 8.3. Do you think the left side is far less dominant and it's more opportunistic to branch out from the center or the right hand side of this Mordor spellbook?
Yeah, yeah, I'd say so. Um, it's it's kind of tricky to say because the left spellbook route had been that way for a long time, and we only gave it very minor buffs because no one
Mm.
was using it in 8.0.
Yeah.
And then when people really started to develop a meta strategy, it just was too much.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. So I know, I think Thena's mentioned it when we've been testing. He's found that the Mordor early game is not necessarily, too easy to do, but you have to be a little bit more mindful now with the Orc Warrior price increase and the Eaten Orc cooldown increase on your Mountain Troll. So how do you see that kind of adjusting for some matchups where the Mountain Troll with the Orc Warrior spam really shifted the favor into Mordor?
Um, it'll be definitely a step in the right direction. I don't know if enough has been done, well, because it's kind of tricky because you're balancing once you get to that stage, you're balancing for the very best, the the what you call the pro players,
Mm-hmm.
because not everyone can get a ton of value out of their trolls and just make regular orcs and win the game by doing that.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful. You still have to make sure Mordor is fun to play while keeping its kind of damage ceiling
Yeah.
at a reasonable level.
Absolutely. Now, when you've been doing a little bit of the Rohan changes, I know you've been big on the economy standardization. How has Rohan kind of felt to you when you're playing it now, with the economy having been completely standardized and on par with other factions?
It's a night and day difference between how it is now and how it was the last patch.
Yeah.
There are tons of strategies that I'm sure can be found, but I haven't found them yet, because now Rohan's economy allows for you to do different things, you know.
Mm-hmm. Now, I know one of my favorite things is that we did that stables level 2 upgrade cost decrease and the research time decrease for Rohan. How do you feel like that's impacted Rohan's like flexibility in certain matchups?
Wait, could you say that again?
I was saying we did the level 2 stables cost a decrease, as well as the research time decrease from 60 to 30 seconds. I was saying, how do you find that has adjusted in certain matchups now for Rohan's flexibility when they've needed that more unique and dynamic cavalry gameplay?
So I would say it's been a buff to Rohan's theme. I don't think it's a big, it has had any impact on any matchups, but it means that Rohan's encouraged to go for cavalry more. And that's, I think that maybe in matchups where you want to skip the early cavalry as fast as possible, like against Misty Mountains, it's been a really good change, but it's just been a small buff, I think.
Yeah, gotcha. And with the idea of Rohan's economy, how have you found certain things like the draft tower implementations that we've given that? Have you found it more useful? Is it more matchup dependent, do you think? Or what's the scenario where you see someone like yourself looking to do a draft tower gameplay for right now with Rohan? Because the draft tower has always been a hot topic. It's always been one of those things that's been like, like people have wondered how other people use it. And it's just one of those things where it's just like, okay, like we've got it to a point where it's very convenient for the faction. The faction's economy can handle it.
Well, I think the buffs have made it much more desirable to build, but I think I need more games with it to say for sure. I will say that the draft tower now benefiting from discounts from your regular farm discounts is huge for the viability of the structure.
Okay. And off topic here to another conversation, Half Hand asked a question. He says, so peasant spam is stronger. Do you think a faction like Lothlorien and Rivendell can stand against it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think they can stand against it. There are a lot of variables in just a regular game, but Lorien can always play a little bit more defensively, and their archers can, do a lot of damage to just peasant spam. So it's not overpowered, I don't think. Really, I just need more games with Rohan after their economy change.
So for the biggest thing I've noticed in our Lothlorien games is that the Celeborn to Galadriel tweaks have been very good. We were seeing a lot of Celeborn to Galadriel dominance because they're so easily accessible, being at 3K and then 2.7 with like the banner discount. But now it's 3.5 and 3150 relatively so with the fort discount banner. How do you see like Lorien gameplay kind of shifting in terms of a dynamic? Do you think it's like people are going to have to figure out how to do things a little bit differently in a tighter based play? Like, you're not going to have Celeborn and Galadriel super easily accessible at that point like they were before, especially with the kit adjustments. Like in
So
some matchups, them being that accessible made a difference.
yeah, yeah. A lot of it was playing defensively as Lorien, not really investing too much in harass, and just sort of sticking around the base, playing around the defenses that Lorien has, and then rushing heroes.
Mm-hmm.
So, in the interests of keeping Lorien's hero squad from being obnoxious, which it can become obnoxious pretty easily, yeah, I think those tweaks were excellent for that.
And we have yeah, so Flame here was saying this Lorien game is tricky. He'd never done a start like that before, so it needs some fine tuning, which is what he's referring to as his stable start as Lothlorien. It's not
Yes, I
something
thought
that I would necessarily do, because I find a stable start to kind of set you back a little bit as Lothlorien compared to other factions.
the stables. I didn't anticipate it, but it made a lot of sense when I saw it, because you've seen me start 4 farms and then make peasants out of 2 of them.
Yep. I find that sometimes when I'm playing Rohan, I have actually found it's interesting to think about starting with a yeoman pike in production over peasant, just in case you get hit with that cavalry start. um, like that's up. It's like a security net, you know. Like you just have like a pike on the field, and you don't have to worry about like that. Both peasants or that first peasant you made in production to get killed. But what are your takes on the adjustments that we've made with DG's infestation? I know we didn't get to showcase DG gameplay, but what is your thought process on that?
It is a small tweak, but I think it was necessary. Defensive DG is another one of those situations that you want to be careful about. DG is not supposed to be played as defensively as infestation was allowing.
And for
Well,
those that
for
don't
example,
know, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead.
No,
Oh,
you can go ahead.
Necromancer, he's a great hero for his price, and he's got excellent weapon performance and a good toolkit. And if you play defensively, especially when you use infestation, it's really easy to rush Necromancer out. It's not uncounterable as we found in testing, but you shouldn't encourage that type of progression.
So Jarl is wondering, like, what's the main focus point for you personally at the moment?
As in what I'm looking for in balance, or
Yeah, I suppose.
I'd say I want to make sure Rohan is
In the right
considered
spot.
a meta faction. Yeah, in the right spot, or even considered a meta faction without there being something stupid to rush or obnoxious.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's definitely for sure. It's one of those things where just like it's got a very interesting outlook, I guess, in terms of unit choices, because there's a lot of options to consider with the Rohan, and I think that's where people get sort of confused in terms of playing the faction competitively. I think there's just a lot of options there for people to look at, and then sometimes it's not necessarily clear what is what in this matchup or X.
And Rohan has spent a long time kind of neglected. Even when they were strong, it was only because they had silly stuff, like Amar's Guthwine with his spear throw, or Kingsguard Rush, or stuff like that. Just not very interesting.
So I know when it comes to the Rivendell early game adjustments we made, how have you felt when you're playing a Rivendell now? Do you feel, because I know it seems small, they took Archer price decrease in the Bounder health bump, but it's really not small in practice.
Well, I haven't gotten many games in as Rivendell yet, but from watching Rivendell, their early game is in a much better spot.
Because when I am playing Rivendell in my games with Athena, I found it to be very, very good in terms
Hmm.
that like I don't feel like I'm not getting what I need from the Took Archers, but the price decrease to 25 was pretty large. It gives the opportunity to get some more value and put that 25 elsewhere, either towards like the Gathering transition or towards Breland Townsguard. But I found it to be very reliable, especially when we were doing our Rivendell DG game the other day. Is it was one of those moments where like the infestation difference plus um, the Bounder and Took Archer difference was really shown, I thought.
Hmm.
Like especially against Broken Rabble. Another thing that actually changed for DG was Thrain leadership nerf. The Broken Rabble don't get 50% armor anymore, but they get 35% armor.
33, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it 33 or is it 35?
Yeah, it's 33%.
Okay, it's 33%.
But it's just, yeah,
Okay.
basically the same thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, so there's a lot of things, we're keeping an eye on. A lot of things we're continuing to test, and I know that I've been enjoying the Dunish side tweaks that we've done. But Yarrow has a question here as well. A rather niche point, but I was wondering, we haven't seen much Isengard Elite Wildman lately. Thank you for the follow, Misha. So speaking of the Yarrow, we didn't get to see it in that Isengard game that Nosey and Flame did, but we have made some accessibility adjustments to the Dunish side of Isengard. So if Nosey wanted to talk about that a little bit, he could.
Yeah. The Wildman side of Isengard will be getting a little bit more attention. It's not like the elite Wildman units are bad. They're just a little. In fact, they're really good, but they're kind of too specific in what they do. Like the Axemen are great. They have splash damage as a swords unit. That's what, 450? They've got
500, I think. I think they cost 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you may be right. They've got good archers, excellent cavalry, and a really good semi-heroic unit. But if you go with that Wildman, that kind of Dunland focus, you give up the hero killing that you get from the Uruk side with Lurits and the scouts.
See, now it's interesting that you say that, because I think different. I think it's kind of on par, because I find, at least, I guess early is your logic. Like you give up the hero killing opportunity early, like Lurits and Uruk scout leadership, and just how that stacks with the Isengard's modifiers. But I think differently.
I'm more referencing how Isengard behaves in 8.2.
Gotcha. Okay.
So now I do think it's much more even. I just went with the Uruks because I wanted to.
Gotcha. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I find Huskarls, of course, like they are where they are for a reason. Very strong. They are lethal on the hero front, especially with their level 1 ability. That's an active effect. Ignoring armor and whatnot. But like the Dunish side, of course, is getting some attention. We just didn't get to show it today. But Wolfgar got a little bit of attention, so it's another note. But in general, sorry, go ahead.
I think a big point is the axe throwers got a very small damage buff.
Yep.
But in testing, it's made them much more desirable. I think it's only been like two damage or something like that.
It was +2, and it turned out to be quite the difference in general performance, which is interesting because you don't really see like a +1, +2 to be that large. But I guess like for the axe throwers, it's kind of generally what they needed.
And what you may have seen from, especially in the tournament during 8.2, is no one really made the axe throwers at all, really. It was just Uruk scouts. And after looking at their code and their armor, they had excellent crush armor. So cavalry, usually archers get trampled and they die in one trample. But the Uruk scouts could survive 2 or even 3. And when you have lurts, it just got ridiculous.
Enchanted Land, probably.
Yeah,
Like that.
so
Like
when you
that's got
stack,
the iron buff.
so you were kind of being encouraged to just spam scouts and then get lurts out as fast as you can for the leadership, and then get as many buffs as you can. And there was almost nothing your opponent could do, because cavalry wouldn't do anything. They just get shot to pieces.
Yeah.
So that's been a huge change for Isengard, and that'll change a lot, I think.
It was interesting because like a lot of people would rush alerts just to get access to that cripple. His cripple was like way too short of a cooldown at 8.2, but it was also just the Uruk Scout dominance that it made him very convenient. And I was just like, oh, like I would love to see the Dunner side, but like now we're seeing both pretty evenly, and it's like pretty pleasing to me. But how do you feel about right now? I would say the adjustment on Haradwaith with the travel axeman speed. I'm not sure how much games you've played Haradwaith in testing, but when I play Haradwaith now, it's interesting to me because I find every other aspect of Haradwaith for an opener and supporting tribal quite appealing. It's not just triple outpost, which was extremely dull to me in 8.2. It was one of those things where I was just like, I really don't want to see triple outpost anymore. I want to see Mahood. I want to see Corsair. I want to see Sanctum. And because it was triple outpost with a possible pavilion, it was just one of those things where I'm just like, I just think triple outpost is like what we saw too much of. But with the tribal axeman speed decrease, I'm more encouraged to mix in the Mahood as my sword. I'm more encouraged to get Corsair as possibly and spice things up a little bit for the firebomb.
Yeah, and it kind of stinks when you have a faction with so much variety. I think Harad is the most diverse faction, and you really were just making tribal units, and it was kind of a shame.
It's definitely the most diverse, but on top of it, I'd say Misty Mountains is right next to it. I think I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong, but
and we saw in the Harad v Rohan game that was on stream, Flame made really good use of a Corsair, of mixing in Corsairs. You usually never saw that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Thena and I believe at least, that Corsair support for tribal will be meta in the Rohan Harad matchup. Because it's just very, very good. It's very convenient. Rohan tends to do a little bit of a clump gameplay with peasant blobs. So it's one of those things where it's just like you have that crowd control measure. But another thing that we actually did for Lothlorien was that we decreased the price on the Mirror Galadriel from 1,000 to 9, and then we buffed the health from from 2K to 2.5. It wasn't seen much at all in 8.2, which is interesting to me. I think people just had preferred spending the money on the heroes, so it's kind of like evening things out. But I'm finding the mirror pretty, I'm finding it pretty, I guess I would say appealing and central to my games, specifically because it's at the point where it's like, okay, I don't have, say, a main character hero that I used to before because we've adjusted the price on Celeborn and Galadriel. But, I've got the option to invest in the Mirror Galadriel for the alternative if I need that relief. So I don't know how many Lorien games you've done in testing. I can't remember, actually. But what's your take on the faction once we did the Tower Width adjustment and the hero adjustment?
I like the hero adjustment a lot. Still, I haven't gotten enough games in yet with Lorien, but I think the Tower Width nerfs were good, just because they were such a good unit for their cost. But I am still thinking about the possibility of the pike and archers to kind of take its place. If it's not as desirable anymore because the swords were nerfed. It
Yeah.
wasn't that much, but it was like 8%.
Part of me, as a Lothlorien enjoyer, I see the logic, you know, and in the back of my head, I'm just thinking like, very, you know, pretty. I think it's a good option because single-handedly, the early sword difference is massive in some matchups. You put Lorien against a Rivendell, you put Lorien against, say, Gondor, and it was just one of those things where the Tower Wraith made such a difference. For the availability of an early sword, you know, comparing the Bounders or the Clansmen and all in that logic. But we do have a question from PW, actually. He's just wondering whether or not we had any thoughts on Eomer's Blade Master ability damage at this time.
Just my thoughts in general, or
Yeah, just like our thoughts in general, like, you know, its position, I would say.
so Eomer's the damage of his Blade Master.
Yes.
You know, I think it's fine. It's
Yeah.
strong for sure, and if it was on any other faction, it may be too good.
Yeah, I think with where it is in access and the fact that Rohan's major late game utility is in Eomer, like for that approach, I think it's perfectly reasonable. Like if someone rushes Eomer, odds are Eomer will die. Like you have to be careful with that investment. Like we have seen that quite a few times where like Eomer's bought, next thing you know, you accidentally get Eomer ran into pikes. It's like it's kind of funny, but I consider the Eomer purchase too early. I consider it like a Glorfindel investment, where you have to be careful because if you lose that too early, you're really set back.
And also consider, most factions in the game have at least 2 heroes who have splash damage on their regular weapon. Rohan doesn't have any.
Except for
Well,
Theodred.
now they do. Now they do an 8.3, and it's a small amount. But before then, you know, Rohan was mostly reliant on Eomer for crowd control when it came to hero choices.
And it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't a very good thing, because the over reliance on Eomer ended up being like, oh, I didn't have Eomer, so I lost. And now it's much different. Like it's not necessarily you need Eomer, but he's more like, okay, like I have the space, I can do X, Y, and Z, and you know, eventually, like if I can get Eomer leveled, it's there.
And Rohan's economy, when it was worse,
Made that
it was
worse.
you really wanted Eomer because he had a pillage leadership.
He had the scavenger, yeah.
Yes.
And since like that adjustment, like it's also shifted off of the Eomer alliance again. But what's been one of your favorite things we changed in terms of balance for 8.3? Like a personal preference, what's your favorite thing we've looked at? Either new or like, you know, a buff or like a deep or like a nerf.
That's an interesting question. You know, I think I really like the changes to Erebor's right side spellbook. I think that's my favorite.
Yeah, as a clear Erebor enjoyer. Clearly, you know.
No, I'm not biased.
No
No
question. No question. That's exactly what you were going to say. We all knew that. Everyone wants to see old Nosey playing Erebor. Everyone wants to see that.
But it's been my opinion for a while that the right side spellbook is not that good. Even before the left side kind of came into meta. I just found the utility on the left was far better than it was on the right.
Yeah, the utility on the left was just far undeniable because it was just like you had rebuild, you had your eco, you had Warrior Acclaimed. Lots, like 3, tier 1, 2, and 3 pickup. Just undeniably convenient for Erebor of all factions. And then the rest of the spellbook, it kind of fell off until 8.3, but now we've kind of like course corrected that.
A good example of what I mean is so Fully Armed and Filthy and then Undermine. Those were two spellbook powers that were reliant on you to have units on the field to get value out of it.
Yep.
And it still kind of is with both of those powers, but they're much more useful throughout the entire game. And Undermine is much better, I think.
Yeah, Undermine's in a great position. I enjoy it because it's just like, oh, surprise, like, hey, what's up? Like it's just like a forward base. It's like a small hall of fire, but not like without the summon, but you have like a tunnel system attached to it.
And you also the Undermine itself is defended now by
Yes.
kind of a circle of Vault Wardens. So if you don't have units ready to protect it, it can kind of protect itself, and that makes a huge difference for that structure.
Yeah, makes a huge difference indeed, for sure. So like I know like obviously we're still looking over a ton of stuff, but like what's been an adjustment from 8.2 to 8.3 that you were like, okay, like this is like kind of a breath of fresh air, not gonna lie.
So wait, could you ask that again?
Yeah, I'll repeat it. I was asking what has been an adjustment from 8.2 to 8.3 that you are thinking will just be a breath of fresh air for the players. Could it be the alerts cripple? Could it be the Nazgul speed adjustment? Could it be the Orc Warrior price increase? Like, what are your thoughts on something from 8.2 that everyone was like, oh, I have my concerns?
I mean,
But
Mordor
we've
is an
addressed it.
easy answer to that. I mean,
Yeah.
what was their win rate? I think it was 80% in the tournament, and their
Yeah.
wins were against other Mordors.
It was like a very high win rate in 8.2, and it was just one of those moments where you look at the statistics and you're like, oh, I know where we have to start. Like that was it.
Oh, and the Nazgul changes. I don't know if you discussed it
I
on
did
stream.
briefly. I did very briefly. It was a speed adjustment, a deceleration adjustment, and a spire nerf. Right? That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't
I
anything.
think that's been a huge change. I
Yeah.
didn't think the Nazgul, I didn't think that they were overpowered, funnily enough, but I felt in the hands of a good player, you just had too little time to react, especially when you have delay. They're so fast that they can exploit, very, very microscopic weaknesses in your units and how they're set up.
Yeah, it was
Well,
funny to me, but like, I remember when we were talking about like things originally, it was like, oh, like funny enough, like if you look at it this way, the speed decrease is going to be a plus too, because you're not going to have your Nazgul just wander into pikes as fast.
Well, that's one, but the biggest change, and why I think that'll be a really good one, is because the player on the receiving end of it has much more time to react and reposition, and it's not so punishing. You don't have a Nazgul just riding around killing every undefended sword, and riding through gaps where pikes are supposed to defend the sword unit.
I know part of that was kind of in line with some pikes having, obviously less revenge damage. So, for example, Linhir pikes have 300. But in 8.2, Wildman, Breland Townsguard, and Yeoman Pike have 200. But in 8.3, they got 250. So there's also less shenanigans caused by certain mounted heroes at that aspect. Like, especially like Sharku, Golfenbow, Nazgul. Like, a lot of those pikes will be able to handle those heroes better. And overall, with the Erebor changes, have you found the faction, a lot more fun, a lot more interesting to play? Being a top Erebor guy and all. Like, you were probably so sick of just the left side spellbook play.
Yeah, it did get old a little bit, but I don't know. I enjoyed the dynamics of the left, and the left is still useful.
It is still useful, yeah. It's still useful because it just combos, relatively well in terms of utility throughout the game, early to end. So it's not like it's completely gone, but we've also just made the right side appealing. and allowed for a dynamic shift.
Yes. I'd say all of Erebor's spellbook is pretty appealing. Now,
Yeah, that was one of the.
personally, I don't like sending the goats too much
Hmm.
because it's very dependent on your opponent clumping, and they can still run away from it.
Gotcha.
It's not a flat line. The goats that are summoned move in kind of a diamond almost.
Yeah.
So you can still dodge it or
If
have
I'm-
a poor use of it.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's just like the idea of several objects in the power, and I think it's like the same deal as Curse of the Wind Demon in that light. So it goes by the object frame.
Mm-hmm.
But I think personally, like I don't think there's any tweak that we've made that I've been like, oh, I've just disliked that. I'm pretty satisfied with the direction we're going for the balance perspective. Because first off, I'm glad with all the games that we had in 8.2. With the best of series, we had the tournament. We had so much going on. We had great review samples for the balance side of everything.
Yes, we got really good data from 8.2. I remember in 8.0, we kind of had to figure everything out. There wasn't a lot of data. There was a lot of meta stuff being used from 7.3.1, and a lot of stuff that was just blatantly juiced, like Bard.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people, I guess, have questioned the decision to go from the slow to the armor debuff, but I think it was just like overall Oakenshield needed that change. Simply because it was one of those moments where it was just, you had Master of Lake Town, you had Feely, you had Bard. It was just too much crowd control for a faction with that many heroes. Like, it wasn't fun. It was not fun to work around at all. So now you kind of have to be a little bit more clever with your positioning on several aspects of the Oakenshield gameplay. It's not as W key.
Mm-hmm. And we had a lot of discussion. I remember having a lot of discussion on the Oakenshield heroes, especially when they were a hero squad. And at first, I didn't know if I liked how heavy Bard's nerf was on his turning his slow, that was almost a cripple, into a lower armor debuff. But when taken in the context of how many hero control options Oakenshield has, especially over Ironfoot, it made a lot more sense to me.
Right, absolutely. Now, with the adjustment, on Gondor's side, Gondor's received a lot of attention this patch, based off of just statistics and how people have found the faction in 8.2. In our games, Gondor's been very exciting. Like I've enjoyed Gondor simply because the Denethor change. It's simple. It was a simple change to Denethor, but Denethor has been so appealing in every single matchup. It was just one of those things where you're like, you wouldn't have guessed, but like that small change was big. Like, it was very refreshing. Like, he'd make sense. It's not because, like, at first, you look at the idea of like another experience gain, but like Gondor doesn't need that in the early stage. You need armor support for the fiefdom and the Minas Tirith transition for when, especially, you didn't have Boromir leveled. Yeah, it's not only Denethor for sure, Flame. But, like, it was Denethor, Boromir, Faramir, and Baragon. It was 4 Gondor heroes that got adjustments. And, again, the major thing is we haven't seen much overperformance that we might have thought we'd seen, but it's been pretty satisfying. It's not overtuned. It's all pretty mild. Into the racks, level 2 cost decrease is almost as huge. Yeah, so the Gondor racks, the level 2 upgrade cost went down from 6 to 500, and that has been super helpful for transitioning, because 600 was a little too much for the MT transition, we thought. But Halfhand, the change to Faramir was actually his mounted performance. So Faramir now buffs, instead of 15% deceleration and 15% damage. I think it's damage. Might be armor. It's 25-25 for Minas Tirith Knights and Penance Gallon. So it's just, helping the appeal of the Minas Tirith Knights because they haven't seen the spotlight in a hot minute with Swan Knight positioning. But, the Swan Knight adjustment that was there was we had removed the farm discount from applying to them because there wasn't really a need. There wasn't really a need for the Swan Knights to receive the farm discount because it's already a very strong unit on its own and it's comfortably worth 1,300. It's damaged now? Okay. So what's your take on that, like, Minas Tirith Knight adjustment there, Nosey?
I like it. It's nice to, because usually Penethgelen were all you really wanted to make, especially if you were going for Swan Knights. You just skipped the Minas Tirith Knights. But I felt that they're much more desirable now. Although most of my Gondor games I've been testing, infantry and heroes, because I think Gondor's hero squad has been really strong in the past. And although the buffs they've been receiving have been minor, I want to make sure Gondor's hero squad doesn't become like it was in 7.3.1, where it was just egregious. There was almost nothing you could do once.
I think there's a difference in that now. Simply the fact of the matter, the economy is no longer, 15% passive. You don't have Faramir's wounding arrow debuff. You don't have Ithilien Ranger meta. You don't have a lot of different things that kind of made it difficult to work around the hero squad.
Yeah.
But I'm excited, though. Yeah, it's something to keep an eye on, but I'm really excited about the Denethor tweak, specifically because, again, very underrated hero, very cool hero, very nice voice lines, very exciting. But I've never seen Barethor competitively, and as a Third Age fan, I hope to God in a future tournament we see Barethor competitively. Because that would be so cool, because he hasn't been seen that much in forever. It's been a long time since anyone's used Barethor from the Denethor summon competitively. And do
you remember when you used to be able to buy Barethor?
Oh, so I didn't end up playing Age of Learning really during that time.
Oh.
So I'm not familiar with that period, but I assume that was pre 7.3.1.
Yeah.
Well, now Denethor carries game until you got Elisar. Not necessarily half-hand, unless you're talking about beforehand. I mean, Denethor, his combat performance is not good, but you'll still get outnumbered. He's just there for the supportive role. So you have to be very careful with the investment still, of course, is what we're seeing. It's not like you buy Denethor and it's a W key element. It's you buy Denethor and you have the opportunity for, I guess I would say, relief. For the times when you don't have Boromir leveled. The support side, yes. Yes, I gotcha. So in general, though, I guess I would say, what's your take on the Woodland Realm tweaks, Nosey? What have you thought about the Woodland Realm tweaks?
I've been playing other factions. I haven't gotten many test games in anyway, with the elf factions. That's something that's been on my list, but
okay. Now,
from watching it, it looks more fair, but once again, a lot of these changes are to make sure that when, especially Woodland Realm, is played very meta, it isn't unstoppable, especially with the economy.
Yeah, the economy adjustments have been quite huge in the high stakes game.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil too much because I don't want to see a bunch of 8.2 games where people use these strategies.
Yeah,
but there are a couple strategies as Woodland Realm that are almost unbeatable, just in economy and playing around a clump. And that doesn't affect most of the player base, but when you get into really, high skill PvP, that type of thing is really difficult to play around.
Yeah, for sure. That it was like a combination. It was because like first off, Sylvan Garrison just protects everything so well. You're just like, oh no, like what do I do? But how much time do you have?
I've got more time. I've got a few hours.
A few hours. Okay. Like, do you want to like play some games?
Sure, if no one else has any more questions.
Yeah. If nobody else has any more questions, I think Nosey and I can play some more games. Okay, let me just go ahead. Go here. We could probably do like 1 or 2 more games. What map do you want to do?
You can choose. I need to grab some water.
All right, I'll choose real quick, and that might take a quick be right back kind of moment. Let's see, what map do I want to do? Does anyone have a map preference in chat? Isengard Sappers did not get love, no. Of course, it's a beta, so everything is subject to change. What you see here might not be what you get when the patch eventually drops. Okay, we got Nan Harland. We got Gror's Valley, okay, we got Bloodwood. I'm gonna be right back real quick. You talking John Rennet? Yeah. Or are you talking something else?
Bomber's asking for the sailing or ship map. I'm not sure which one he means.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that one is.
Oh, maybe I do. It's the one with the water on the south. The beacon in the middle kind of looks like it's in fall. What's the name?
Oh, who's there?
Yeah, it's still going.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mathijs, how you doing?
Hello, hello.
Wow. How many hours has it been? Good lord.
It's been 3.5.
Very impressive.
Yeah,
Still
I
have
think.
a bunch of viewers too. Look at that.
Yeah, it's been good view. I think the highest viewer count we had was 130.
Wow, that's
At the
fucking
very
awesome.
start, yeah, it was great.
That's great.
So we had a lot of good hype, a lot of good excitement with the changes. We're just gonna
Yeah,
end up
yeah.
playing a few more games right now. I think Nosey has like, how much longer do you have, Nosey?
Yeah, I've got an hour or two.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if there's a limit to like a VOD upload anywhere.
I mean, if there is a limit, you're certainly pushing it.
Yeah.
So, I don't care. Fine. We'll see.
That's good. But yeah, the games with Flame were good. We had some good ones on stream. I think he had a slight connection issue today though, so it happens.
I mean, sure. It does.
All right, so did Bomber figure out? Oh, okay, so Bomber wants Jarana.
I'm assuming you played most of the new maps by now.
Yeah, we did
Yeah.
play on most of the new maps. We played on some of the edited ones. Oh, we didn't play on Spring of Loudwater. That one was edited too. So we could probably do Spring of Loudwater.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have a matchup preference, Nosey? Or like Mathijs, do you have a matchup preference? For fun?
Has Guldur been played?
DG has not been played, so Nosey, if you want to play DG, you can.
It's my favorite faction, after all.
Okay.
Wow. I'm getting a VIP treatment here. I can just choose.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I'm trying to think of what I want to do. I'm thinking, what do I want to do? Oh, wait, not DG. I'm in Haradwaith. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do Haradwaith against DG, see how that lines up. Because I bet you that matchup is probably going to be quite different now with Scorpion adjustment, Nosey.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it would be different too because the Corsair adjustment.
Yeah, if you could go for Corsairs, I think that'd be fun.
Definitely going to go for it.
And Mathijs.
Yes. Great pronunciation, by the way. Well done.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been working on it.
All right.
What do you think about the unit colors? As someone who's worked on
Oh, did
many
you
of the
crash?
models. I think you did.
I definitely didn't crash. Okay, I definitely didn't crash. I'll just restart it.
Sorry, what was your question?
So, what do you think about the house colors? After spending so much time working on the models themselves, have they grown on you at all?
They have been. Yeah, I actually like looking at them now. I have them. Well, I had them on, but someone turned them off in the internal version, so they're off now. And I haven't turned them back on yet. Yeah, while I was working on them, I obviously had them on, and after that, I would go in and look at them a lot, and I actually, I kind of like them. Not to heap too much praise on myself, but I think they're kind of artful. Where possible, there's some exceptions where you can't really do much. Like if you have animals, like wargs and stuff, not much you can do to make that look natural. So you're just gonna have a colored stripe down their backs and all that stuff. I actually had a dream a couple of days ago. I just remember because you guys mentioned scorpions. I had a dream where we released 8.3 and I forgot to do the scorpion house colors, and that's it. That's the extent of the dream. It was a completely boring, mundane dream, but it was stressful as usual. But and then I just remembered. Oh, hang on, that was a dream. I did in fact do scorpion house colors, and they are in. I've seen them. Oh, good. You were starting Isirion.
Yeah. We weren't loading in, or at least he wasn't for me. So just had to do a restart. Okay.
Actually, I have a tiny bit of an announcement. Very small.
Ooh.
Very small. You mentioned recently, Isirion, that you would like to see. I think it was you who said, maybe someone else said this, but we were in voice chat recently, and some may have been you. Someone brought up that you would like to see like some campaign stuff for Christmas as a gift,
Yes.
right? As a Christmas as a Yuletide gift. So I think we're going to do a little article on Christmas where we will show some things, where we'll have like some out of context, screenshots here and there.
Ooh.
So
very cool.
people have got that to look forward to. I've been thinking about that, and I've talked about it internally. So yeah, I think we'll do that. And I might do some more for the beta testers. We'll see.
Uh-oh.
We'll see.
Sweet.
Uh-huh.
All right.
I've been very pleased recently with the visuals.
Oh, for sure.
Of the campaign. I've been very pleased. I've shown you guys a little bit, but not much.
Yeah. More than others, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, something that I wanted to add when it comes to house colors is it's very easy to kind of just make every unit look too vibrant or too brightly colored.
Super easy, yeah.
But I think
I
think it was very tastefully done.
Thank you. Yeah, I did it fairly quickly, but I spent like hours upon hours upon hours upon hours on it, like on a daily basis for like 3 or 4 days, and then it was done.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The turnaround time was fast. You were just like, yeah, like we're gonna do it. And I'm like, oh, that's quick.
Yeah. A writer of Rohan did Gondor.
Okay.
He did Gondor. And he was gonna do more factions, but he's a normal person with a normal working schedule and all that stuff. I might not be at the moment, without saying anything else. So I kind of just did everything, and then he was like, "Oh shit, now it's done. No, we don't have to do anything." I was like, "Yeah, well, yeah."
Nice.
I remember I had been waiting on my notes for testing I had done. I went to bed and I woke up and like half of it was finished.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I might still write a tutorial on this for other modders if you're interested. Like just the way that we did it. I went with I developed a fairly quick pipeline in the end to get it done. Obviously, like. It's not just the fact that I'm insane or anything. I actually was able to do them quickly because, there's a way to do it quickly. Relatively.
I remember someone mentioned doing house colors involved manually going through each unit's textures and adding another.
Correct.
Yeah. So I guess you found a change to that.
No. That's what I did.
It's just that fast.
No. House colors, for BFME 1, right? House colors required a model edit. So you would have to open the model in your modeling software. You'd have to basically just tick a box and then re-export it. Usually we don't tick those boxes because we don't do house colors, so they're not ticked. So therefore, I thought when I came up with like, okay, we're gonna do house colors, I was prepared to get like every single model and open it and tick that box and re-export it and maybe even re-rig some of them, reanimate them because certain qualities are lost when you import and export like that, which would have been an insane amount of work. But we've realized that you can actually in BFME 2 and Rise of the Risk, you don't have to edit the model. You can just do it through a texture. Just a texture change, and then you code a texture in. But you still have to do like for every unit that has a texture, you have to do the house color texture. Everything you want to have a house color, you have to make a house color texture. You don't have to do it for like 8 colors or anything. You do one texture that works through an alpha channel. So you define through the color white, you define what is affected by the RGB value that you set in your skirmish, and black leaves it alone. So that's all you have to do. But then you have to do it for all those fucking units, right, that are in the mod. There's so much. There's so many units in there. We didn't do adventure factions for that reason. We didn't do that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not yet, at least. Well, we'll see. I might get the appetite again, but not yet. Have you noticed a distinct improvement in your playing and your ability to pick up on like visuals and respond quicker and all that stuff?
Yes, I'd say so, but I have gotten pretty used to the game without house colors.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, at this point. Yeah.
But in team games, I played a team game last night, and it's almost impossible to recognize what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, I was never averse to house colors. Or one of my really like old mods that I worked on years ago, back in like 2000, like 11, 2010 thereabouts. We had house color in that because we wanted to from the start. We decided to do that. Age of the Ring, we just decided not to do it from the start, and then later on we were like, oh shit, now we can do it because we've done so much. It's impossible to go back. I was never against it. I always thought that it was a good idea to have it. I mean, for really obvious reasons. You know, like, it's really obviously an improvement. But you know, our team has grown quite a bit now, so I felt more comfortable just spending that time on it. And yes, come on, man, there was like 450 texture files in the end, thereabouts, maybe more. I didn't really count them all by hand.
What are you waiting for? Let's grab some plunder.
Man, Haradwaith still looks gorgeous. I love that thing.
Use the fireballs. We have come across an inn. Come on, you yellow bellies. Come on now.
Chief advisor, you will do as I command.
Ooh, that's a very bright snow texture on that.
Bring out your fireballs.
I don't know what the stream delay is, by the way. I'm just watching the stream and saying things about what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, it's like 5 seconds.
Oh, that's pretty good.
You are inferior.
No one's gonna stop us. Get your knives ready.
I think my favorite house of the texture is on Bolg.
Really?
Bolg North. Yeah. Because he's got like he had that face paint, and I made it so that the face paint is the element that is affected by the color change. You can get like a pink-faced Bolg, which is great. Make him blue, he looks like straight out of Braveheart. Bolg Wallace.
Yeah, we're missing texture Bolg.
Yeah, that's what pink does. Grey Goblin is fun as well. I mean, I made his pustules be affected by the house color. Yeah, blue pustules, buboes. I love that word. Buboes.
Did you learn the word buboes from Vermintide?
No, I did not, but I could have. And yeah.
I had nothing of it.
No, I think I may have heard of it actually in the behind the scenes for The Hobbit. Years and years ago, when they released those extended editions, they talk about buboes for the Great Goblin. Yeah. But yes, I know the Vermintide mission. Popping buboes.
That's the first time I ever heard that word.
Well, that's good. It means you don't live in the times of Black Plague.
That one's yours. Architect needs protection. Do not stop until they are all dead. You cannot run.
I'm good, GG.
GG.
Already?
Yeah. The no way I could come back with the Risen Dead just in the corner of my base, casually building up.
Oh boy.
Definitely could have considered maybe a Pav over Corsair there. But I was expecting he fell Brood sooner. And I was like, okay.
Please no massive notes for poor Komogan to have to sift through.
Wait, you don't see Thena's notes?
I do actually. I do see them. I'm very impressed by them.
Yeah.
And I pity poor Komogan.
I mean,
Sometimes I feel bad. It's like we're giving him homework.
Camogan's going right back to 8.0 testing.
A little bit, yeah. No, I mean it's great. It's not so much like constantly suggesting changes. It's just like evaluating before suggesting changes, which I think is good.
Hmm.
I mean I do read quite a bit of it. I just don't have much to say about it because I'm not that in tune with everything here. But I do read a lot. Athena's very good at giving like these long reports that are still somehow succinct and to the point, which is great.
Yeah.
Because I have despaired in the past when like new testers would join. They would write these reports and I'd be like, oh no.
Yeah. I think mine used to be super lengthy when I first hopped in. I was like,
Yes, they were, and I may have been referring to you a little bit there, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'd also nervously laugh as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Nosey's was like a memoir for Erebor every time.
Oh God, yeah.
Look.
Those. Oh, I remember those. They those gave me anxiety.
We needed proper context. I mean,
No, of course. Still give me anxiety though. I mean, it's different now because 8.0 is dropped. So I don't have to pay that much attention to all this stuff. I'm very comfortable with Kamogan doing it. And me just looking at like whatever he changes in the internal, like, oh, I'm sure, whatever, you know. But before 8.0 happened, we had to make sure it was relatively right. So yeah, that would give me anxiety sometimes reading all those long ass reports.
Because it gave you the impression that the mod was in a horrible state for PvP.
It's not necessarily that. I mean, a little bit, but more so. Well, just being unsure if we would able to get it right before 6 years had passed.
Yeah, Kamogan does suggest just realistic changes.
Yeah, we have a team now where like, cause, have you shown off any of Rohan in this like 4-hour stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, have you shown off the new Erkenbrand thing?
Well, he was there, but he died. So.
Okay, well, the idea was Erkenbrand has to get like a different use for his shield ability. So I literally went into the team server and tagged Laurie, who's a really good animator. Tagged him and said, "Can you do that for the skeleton?" And he said yes, and then he did, and then that was like 2 hours and it was in.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
It was fucking amazing.
Because like we were still casually discussing, we were like, does he need? And then you're like, no, work's done.
No, it's done. Yeah, now it's done. So now you just have to focus your attention around it and making sure it works well. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, testing was certainly dedicated for older releases. It's just when we were getting close to the end for 8.0 and we were still getting these massive novels, I was like, oh boy. I'm still very happy with how 8.0 released though. It was in a pretty good state.
We just had a lot of fun.
Could have been better, but it could have been way, way worse, and we've seen way, way worse in our own releases in the past. So I didn't have to get mad and yell this time. That was great.
Oh, really?
It's happened before. Oh yeah. It was especially hard with the continuous stream of new factions. Yes, exactly. Like when you're constantly developing new factions, like one release you had 2 new factions, like Rivendell and Rohan, and yeah, that's very hard. We don't know as much. We don't have a dedicated tester, leader / implementer that is just completely on the ball the whole time. That doesn't have any other responsibilities. That's Kamogan. Like that's all he really does. Of course, we had other people that would implement these testing results in the past, but they also had to code whole factions.
Yeah.
So there's
Because I remember like Corrigan was hopping in for testing, and then like he didn't have time, so it's just like okay.
Yeah. But it was very low on the annoying strats. Yeah. Good. We had like 4 or 5 months of testing for annoying strats before we released 8.0, from what I remember.
Yeah,
one of
because
the things was go test for cheese.
yeah,
Find cheese. Then
I'm pretty
edit it
sure.
out.
I'm pretty sure I was bored, and I was like, "Let's see what we can teleport." And I was like,
Sure,
"Oh
yeah, exactly, yeah.
The enemy has infiltrated our lands.
Watch for the enemy.
They are attacking.
Risen Dead, I remember that. I remember when we released Guldur and everybody was like, Risen Dead are terrible. Like, it's terrible. Like, why even bother? And then somebody was like, hang on, maybe it's not. And then it became like the most overpowered thing ever. I just felt really vindicated when that happened.
Weapons ready, elves. Don't let them through. Keep your wits sharp. Let them not rest.
Well, things are always going to slip through. The fact is that Aged Ring is way too big for
We must protect the woods from Lothlorien.
what we're trying to do. You know, it's almost an impossible task that we do to the best of our ability.
Yeah. You can get it as close as you want, but it'll never be balanced. Just
No.
never truly be balanced because there's just so many variables.
Yep. I think now with like our ability to have these like smaller patches that are also smaller in file size, they don't ask people to download another like 6 gigs every time. I'm more comfortable with the idea of like like shifting metas rather than a final balance that we're looking for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Watch for the enemy. We must protect the woods.
And I should clarify that I don't think the game can't be made balanced, but in the process of doing that, you kill the fun.
Yes. Yeah, that was a struggle that we used to have with some of the tester developers as well, where like we would get these massive documents that Mogon and Nid usually would set up, and they had really good ideas for making things balanced, but some of those ideas would be kind of counter to our design ideas of like what a faction should feel like. So we had pretty long discussions on that. I remember there were like several times where Galadriel was written down as needing to have like offensive abilities to justify her cost, and I totally understood why that was necessary, but I didn't want to do it because that was not who we thought Galadriel was. We reached a compromise, and I think she's in a pretty good position now. So just keep saying no, and eventually they'll come up with a better idea.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then you do that. You know. There's a whole thing about the Ents as well, the Ent summon. I think in Rohan, I don't remember exactly what it was, but eventually we reached like a way to get it, to make it more balanced, but also keep the thematics intact. It's very important. Because it's not just competitive players that play this. It's also just people that like to play like lore games against AI.
Yeah.
God, look at those house calls. I love those. And if you look in, I mean, I don't expect you to do that because you're playing, but if you look inside the jail, the Guldur jail, you will see. Not right now because it's damaged, I think. But if it's not damaged, you'll actually see that the prisoners are also affected by house call. Like some buildings would be like you can see it on the mill as well. Some of those are affected. It's just not something that I focused on wholesale.
Weapons ready, elves.
The Mallow tree blossoms in fair Nifredil.
Oh, you got Kargast. I was like, what?
Watch for the enemy. Keep your wits sharp. Elves. We offer bows from Lothlorien. We are low on resources. We must protect the woods. Weapons ready, elves. Watch for the enemy.
This Mallow brandishes its roots. Scouts report an enemy incursion.
It's handmade.
Keep your wits sharp.
Arms. The enemy attacks.
That was like my favorite thing about Lorien. What the? Oh, brah! She walked into the crowd. Didn't even realize it.
Watch for the enemy. Like the wind.
For him.
The enemy has defiled this land.
We must protect the woods.
That's a big Sag.
Any assault.
The enemy has arrived. They are
Weapons
attacking.
ready, elves. Elves, over
The
here.
waters of the Nimrodel are
They have
flowing.
no place here.
The handmaidens of the
Once I'd read
Lothlorien
enough.
have come. The ring of water
I was so
blesses
happy when we
this
first
place.
pushed the new Lothlorien to the beta.
Nothing up
Felt like such a
Oh, yeah.
relief.
I mean, it's always been the faction I'd like admired the most, and I was like, oh, like, this is breath of fresh air.
Yeah. Well, for a long time we.
Take up your spears,
I
sentries.
mean, I thought it wasn't gonna happen.
Ready for battle. Keep your wits.
Oh
I was
yeah.
really worried about it, but then it did. So good.
Watch for the enemy. Mananiro. Noro.
The skill of the elves has captured strong within these mountains. We must defend our
Legions. Our
spaces.
homes
We
must be
protect
defended.
our lady's
Meadhollow.
domain.
Kamogan, you're being a little bit too positive for me. Could you tone that down? I prefer the cynical, depressed version of you, because it mirrors myself so well.
Weapons ready, elves.
Oh yeah, the Mordor rework just kind of came out of nowhere. I don't even remember how that happened.
We offer bows
It's like
from Lorien.
Kyle and I just kept like thinking of more shit.
Stay focused. Weapons ready,
Well, that's what happens when the mod's so big.
Yeah,
Mananiro. Silver Levy, here at your call.
kind of happened.
Hear my voice.
Our homes
Ah,
must
Morgan,
be
turn it
defended.
around.
Must
Back to the
protect
depths of
the woods.
sadness. Good.
Our homes must be defended.
We've improved our building.
I don't think Morgan has it in him to leave Poland. I think he is too intrinsically tied to its culture and atmosphere of sadness.
Hear my
Sanctuary
voice.
grows. The Malon holds our
Blessings of
provisions.
Yavanna.
The enemy has
Ready,
arrived.
elves.
Our
Take up your
army
spears.
can
Mananiro.
serve.
Mito.
The enemy. Elves, to battle.
Oh no, that's not good.
Our spears will defend.
Oh, you thought?
Watch for the
Okay, but like you stealthing the pikes on me like that is good.
Oh yeah, the Witch King rework was fucking awesome. I love the Witch King now. I thought he was so lame before.
We are low on resources.
I love him now.
Our fair land.
Oh yeah, he was terrible before.
ready, elves.
It's kind of boring.
Yeah.
Kind of vanilla plus, you know what I mean?
Mananiro. Tangaro.
Now he's got the cool winter storm.
Blessings of Yavanna.
Once Poland enters your souls, you can't get rid of it. Yeah, I've never been to Poland, but I've seen it. I went to the Czech Republic when I was young, and we were driving up to the house that my parents had rented, and all along the road, like through this like really nice Slavic forest, right? All along the road, to our left, I remember, there was this desolate-looking, high, like wired fence. And my dad told me, beyond that fence, it's Poland. And for some reason, it really struck me as very intimidating and scary, and like a place I should never really go. I wasn't allowed to go because you can't just cross the border. So yeah, I've always been really scared of Poland. That's why I've been so apprehensive about getting to Poles in this mod team. I'm just kidding. Remember when we had a long argument? Oh, that was getting heated. Yeah, about which weapon and animation it said the Witch King should use in the private group chat. Yeah. Yeah, I was getting really annoyed in that conversation. I think more people were. Yeah, everything was brought up. Yeah.
Any assault.
It's enemy territory.
Mananiro. 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 Mananiro
We have been called upon.
Your father taught you a good lesson. Yes.
Long years have passed.
Lothlorien will not fall.
That was despairing at that Witch King conversation. A lot of despair. 4.8.0. And Lothlorien is gorgeous. The green house color really works.
Oh yeah.
That's good.
We must protect the woods. Watch for the enemy. Watch your footing. Mananiro. Weapons ready, elves.
The ring of water blesses this place.
Blade and shield for Lorien archers. Ready for battle.
We will help you fight this war.
If that toggle didn't get implemented to a two-handed, it would be cringe.
What was it?
Swiftly.
The Witch King toggle.
We must endure.
In the end, common sense prevailed for the Witch King. As in, my opinion. From what I remember. I may have in fact had a different opinion, but I like him now. What is your guys' favorite house color faction combo? Well, that's easy. It's teal and
Rivendell and
blue.
white.
Oh, interesting. We'll shoot more Lord of the Rangers.
Never changes.
I do think Red and Gondor do work well. All the surcoats and sashes just look good with house colors.
Mm-hmm.
We shall return.
Yeah, Gondor looks good with anything. Because they're almost like designed to work with like different colors. Yeah, the shields, Amarth. Gothmog weapon option was heated. Yes, I was extremely disappointed that people didn't agree with our side of the discussion there. Couldn't believe it. And you want to know the truth? I can't even remember what my opinion was. I don't remember. Mace, sword. I don't know.
Eyes are open. Do not let your hearts be troubled.
Yeah, Guldur and teal is obviously the best for me.
Fair Lorien speaks through me.
Give us a target. Corner them.
Our shields will guard. The enemy stop pulling our bows.
We must protect the woods.
I wanted the mace.
Blessings of your
Okay.
silence. A fair
The handmaidens of Galadriel have guard the
Yeah, I guess the mace is the best option. Yeah, that makes sense. And yes, Gothmog's like choice of weapon was a very rare actual referendum.
Oh,
in Age of
Christ.
Rings.
Necromancer's here.
Oh, good. I think it was a tie in the end, wasn't it? The referendum, like the poll on the weapon choice.
Oh god, these undead whites, man.
We dispense the lady's justice.
Look at his defensive gameplay.
Take up your spears, sentries.
We are the handmaidens of Galadriel.
The Necromancer's fear resist is really good here.
What will become of this
Oh.
Mithor! That Wenithonim! Nora!
Cast them into the abyss!
Mananiro!
Oh,
Licky! Mithor! Any thorn in your origin? Any astaldi? Vansa Gledina! Mananiro!
An unseen danger draws closer.
Mananiro!
Save the Malon tree! They are attacking!
what is Zapka? Is that just like a Polish grocery store? Apparently they have one in Ireland. Interesting. Oh, look at those spider webs on the tree. That looks sick.
Nope, gotta save up. Can't jinx it.
Let our beloved king's country fall.
The shop of 5% close up and to avoid free labor Sundays. Ah, yes. We have plenty of that stuff here as well.
Malon tree is in danger!
We will protect our borders. The years have grown long. The enemy is afoot. They must be made to rout. The word,
The enemy has
Not only
defiled this
Malon.
land. They have begun
Vansa
their
Gwedina.
assault. The enemy does not
Tangaroyai.
relent.
To bear a ring of power.
Attend the golden
Is
cannot
word.
stand against the might of the north.
This is a great game. I'm really enjoying watching this.
Oh yeah.
Fair
save our
Lothlorien
Malon
speaks
tree.
through me.
These lanterns capture the
Will
light
you
of
enjoy
the
reading the
stars.
notes?
No.
Mananiro!
You better not hear anything about fear resist.
Vansa Gledina!
We stand watch.
March Wardens in melee. Can't get more satisfying than that.
The knights of Isirion.
Not gonna lie.
Trespassers have been sighted.
Remember the things
Planted a Malon.
I'm very glad we found a way to make them equally viable in both.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a big thing.
Yeah, Ned was talking about that recently. He was just like, I heard that was a thing.
Nanbara! Nanbara!
Uh-huh.
Our task is not yet fulfilled.
Nathering Nabara!
Yeah, making a Lego Balrog. What's happening? That's cool.
Things will come to grow here.
Gotta get back into doing some Lego soon.
Lothlorien,
Mananiro!
here to say.
Still got some stuff on here.
Oh god, no, Campbell! Oh,
He's here.
Nathering Nabara!
Oh,
Licky! That Wenithonim!
Oh boy. Oh, that's rough.
Swiftly, knights.
In Herithon mean your origin!
King Amir, word.
Vansa Gledina! Mananiro!
This is the hour.
Mithor! In Herithon mean your origin! Anotulu any! Mithor!
oh god, yeah. I didn't have enough pikes when Campbell showed up. That was,
Hear my
oh, that was
voice. A
sad.
fair request.
The Nandor.
Oh, you held your own
The ring of power has
for a bit, you know.
Malon tree blossoms.
I'm sorry, what?
fair Niflheim.
So you held your own there
Yeah,
for a bit.
yeah, for a bit.
They invade our
Had an
fair
expiration
land.
date.
darkness crept
Worked
back
out.
into the forest of the world.
Into the fray! We will do what we must!
I know what it is you saw.
My lady still has need of
Enemy
me.
Forest of the
territory.
world.
Our
Fair
settlement is under
Lothlorien
attack.
speaks
Sentinels
through
of
me.
Karen
Planted a
Amarth
Malon
will
tree.
protect this land.
Into the fray! Our
This
builder
battle
under
is
attack.
over.
Strike!
The ring of power
Into the fray!
Has the monument to Elendil been shown on the stream?
Yeah, it was there.
Good.
The handmaidens of the legend have come.
Blessings of your valor.
The March Wardens will heed their lord's call.
History became legend. Legend became myth.
We will help you fight.
Did I miss being on a stream?
Quiet.
Maybe a little bit. Well, come on, you can hear my voice literally every day. All you gotta do is join the general voice channel.
Evil never changes.
We can talk about nihilism.
Oh, Rivendell actually eat up the Nandor a bit.
Hide or
Well, they're
shine.
pretty surrounded.
Still doing okay. There's also a Tomb Guard there, isn't there?
On the back end poking.
Literally.
Okay, I got him. He's dead.
The knights of Amarth and Rivendell were yours to command.
He died, right? I was not...
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't be shy, come on now.
History became legend.
Oh, nope.
Sure, we got many horrible things to say.
Oh
about that.
god. Oh! Nope.
Do not be afraid. You will find your courage.
Well,
Nosey's about to clap me.
look at that.
Do not be afraid.
The forest spirit.
I was pretty satisfied with Orphan though.
Blessings of your valor.
Did you feel you had to pick him, or were you
I needed something that was gonna be a little bit okay on the melee front line, and I wanted to toy around with the adjustments we did for him.
just... Yeah, I thought he did pretty well.
Hey, Kamogan, if you're in the chat still, could you edit the Bane of the Greenwood so that his attacks don't do like frost effects damage? That's still in there. That's because he's based on the fucking Shade of Wolf.
The Shade.
Yeah,
GG.
that was fun to watch. I like that game.
Yes, and it's her sisters. Just, you know, people don't use them enough, but it's one of my favorite things about DG.
How the fuck you up?
It's balance a Woodland Realm chariot.
Yeah. It was Kamogan was in a voice chat at one point, and he was muted, and I thought, you know, I'm gonna get him to speak. So I lied, and I said, oh yeah, by the way, we're adding a chariot to Woodland Realm, for real. So Kamogan, I'm sure you can balance that, right? And then he unmuted, and he said, what?
Nosey, do you want to do Rohan?
Sure. Sure, I could do Rohan.
Trying to think what I want to do.
Well, Kamogan, once we do the adventure faction Wolves of the Wild, we can have the Wolfman back.
I'm gonna do Gondor. Gondor with some teal. Cool.
The team games I mentioned I was playing yesterday, I was surprised at it not lagging that much.
Oh sure, that's the 4 gig patch that our good friends at 202 did. Yeah. It turns out that House Colors have very little effect because the textures that you do make for them are very small. They're very basic textures. It doesn't do anything. So yeah, it works flawlessly. I think right now it just works flawlessly the way we implemented it. We were going to implement it in a way that was even cooler before, but then we realized it was horribly bugged, and we had to change course. We had it so that I mean, you know this, but chat doesn't know this. We had a method where you could toggle it in game.
Yeah.
We had a button.
So cool.
You had a button underneath the camera buttons. There was like a paintbrush, and you could press the paintbrush, and you would toggle house colors on, and then you could press it again, like after a minute or two, and turn them off. That was so cool.
Yeah, that's a shame.
It didn't work. Yeah, this is a big shame. I was very sad. Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, Flame, I did because like I scuffed my placement anyways, and I'm not gonna restart it for the stream. So whatever. Gotta be a big boy about it. I'm just gonna keep making these at 96% low key to make you annoyed.
It's a disadvantage you cannot overcome. Oh, did I see we haven't pushed the new hero icons for Gondor to the 8.3 version?
What hero icons? These? You changed these?
No, the stream has a delay. Yes, I made new ones for that.
Oh, no way.
I didn't push that. Okay. I guess. Well, I mean, we could push that. Oh, we'll see.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was been there forever.
Yes, they're quite old.
Let's build it. We must build elsewhere. Straight away. Be careful. There are walls nearby. That must be the enemy.
Oh my goodness.
We bring spears from Lindhir.
A new upgrade icon. Or 4.
Oh, did you?
No, because Flame asks if you can get a new one.
Oh, one day.
Tell us what you need.
Is the upgrade icon bad as well?
I
guess it is a little bit.
Men of Lindhir, march.
It's pretty old.
I saw some footage of BFMG recently, and that upgrade icon is just like this weird cheese tower. I don't know if you remember what that even looks like. It's like this round yellow thing.
Skewer them.
Oh, I hate. There's a lot of upgrade icons I just despise. That's how they look.
In Battlefield Earth 2.
Oh god, those look terrible.
The enemy is a coward. Clansmen of Lamadon,
We are
ready
warriors
for
of Lindhir.
orders.
Our spears are pledged to Gondor.
You know, I hadn't thought about this before, but the teal color on Gondor kind of makes them look like they're Dol Amroth.
What does the White Tower command?
Is that foreshadowing?
Can't command any more troops.
It's
It
just,
might be.
Commence the march.
We clansmen fight
if you look closely at the pikes, they kind of look like Dol Amroth.
Uh-huh.
We are ready for orders. What does the White Tower
Rest your
command?
balls, men. Fell the beasts.
We are warriors of
We
Lindhir.
clansmen fight for Gondor. Come, lads. Time to go.
We'll need to find a better place.
To the death! Quit you come from Lamadon. Attack! We will fight until the end. Come, lads! We clansmen fight for Gondor. Shoulder those swords. We'll do what needs doing.
Quickly, before they get too close. You're attacking again. The enemy holds his
Clansmen
flag.
fight for Gondor. Fight! Fight!
And those old Gondor buildings.
We will fight until the end. What does the stewards command?
Let's fly, men. Don't let them any further. Swiftly, men of war.
We bring spears from Lindhir.
We'll do what needs doing. Duty calls.
Just rubbing it in.
Let's get to work.
We clansmen fight for
I wouldn't play Gondor because of how old the buildings are. I couldn't look at them.
Men of Lynn here, ready to serve the White City.
We completed this one. What does the Stewards command?
There are walls near.
What does the Stewards command? Duty calls.
We are ready for orders.
What does the Stewards command? We clansmen fight for Gondor.
This structure's ready. We need something built. I know what we need.
Our blades are at the ready. Duty calls.
The enemy holds these lands. I think that's the enemy there.
Not belong here. Our blades are at the ready.
Oh, he's got a lot of peasants.
What does the Stewards command?
I'm gonna leave.
No, come back.
It must go. Fight!
I really like how Rohan feels to play compared to 8.2.
Oh no. It's like, you're not nervous about expanding CP.
Horse of Mordor at the ready.
Duty calls.
Like for me, I was always like, oh man, I know inflation's gonna kick in so hard right here.
We clansmen fight for Gondor.
Your orders.
Duty calls.
Decided to implement the monument to Elendil because I wanted to fix the issue of the fortress being in the builder command set. Fell into it rather than where it belongs. It's always annoyed me.
Loyal subjects of the Steward.
Duty calls.
Ready your arrows.
And it was done anyway, so might as well put it in.
Rest your bows, men.
We ride for Gondor. We mustn't tarry. Your lord commands it. Riders, follow.
We have erected a monument to Tar Erebor.
We are loyal subjects of the Steward.
Slash them.
We have
Yes, it also looks very cool. I'm very happy with it.
Where are we
Yep,
building?
looks fantastic.
We got work to do.
We ride for Gondor.
Tools ready. Let's build it.
Duty calls. Our blades are at the ready.
Spearmen of Lynn here.
There's also the fact that it's just fun to,
The riders
even if it's just a 8-point X patch, just put a little something new in there, here and there.
We got work to do.
That's
Keep
true.
people interested, because it's going to be a long fucking time before they release
Yeah.
the King with the new adventure factions and all that stuff. It's going to be a very long time.
When people ask me how close are we, I'm like, no.
give my life to safeguard the White City.
There, yeah, I mean, we're not close. Not remotely.
It's up to us, men.
Return of the King
Remember your training.
is going to be. The only thing I can say is that in terms of development, it is bigger than the Two Towers. So in terms of detail and things required, is bigger. So it's gonna take a while. The team is also bigger, I will say. So do not despair yet, but it will do so.
Strike as one. For the House of Isirion, we ride for Gondor. Remember your training. Fall back.
That is true,
Fall back.
Kumogan. That is true. There is a cool side feature to the Statue of Elendil that will need to be shown in this game. So you better not say good game until that's been shown.
Yes,
Give my
that's
life
true.
to safeguard the White City.
Our blades are at
Strike
the
as
ready.
one. Guard this position. With me. With me.
Let's fly, men. Don't let them any further.
Remember your training. Draw swords. Scatter them.
Clansmen of Lamadon.
Yes,
ready
correct.
for war.
At the ready. Guard the area.
We are loyal subjects of the Steward.
I will say that it's more fun to watch Age of Ring games with House Color on. For me, it's less eye strain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fight until the end.
I'm able to tell what's going on a lot more. Like during tournament games, because I'm not that well versed in competitive play, mostly I would just look at the mini-map and just be like, okay, so that's color, everything there, and there, and there.
Orders.
Now I can actually see it happening.
Strike as one. Stand with Captain Faramir. We've got to go. The riders of Hirlewin are at your disposal.
That has to be the most asked question on the stream. Gondor's building.
Yeah.
You must have answered it like 15 times by now.
That and Mordor nerfs.
At your command.
Oh, sure. Yeah, they had a pretty decent statistic after the tournament. Very robust.
Yeah. I was like, oh, sweet, we're testing immediately.
Yeah. I mean, that was the original purpose of having tournaments, from what I can remember. Komogon actually, yeah, of course, it's also fun, but he also thought it was very practical to host tournaments. So when's the next one?
Depends, I guess. We are, yeah, got some fun stuff we were looking to present.
Strike as one.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do one for Christmas. So.
Oh, probably not. I don't have the time.
Me neither.
Remember your training.
To work on more like logos and stuff. Not now.
We got work to do. Straight away.
Strike as one. For Gondor.
Oh, he's got Snowborn? Okay.
Thanks for supporting competitive play, Mathijs. Hey man, you gotta beat 202 somehow.
Your orders. Swiftly, men of Morthon. All men of Morthon.
We stand ready to defend Gondor.
The enemy is upon us, men!
This structure's ready.
Quickly, before they get too close. Aim for the chest. Fill them with arrows.
Let's get to work.
Rest your bows, men. They won't know what hit them.
Oh, I hate that banner carrier bug.
Ready to serve the White City.
It's like a vanilla thing. It annoys me so much.
Soldier battalion standing by.
What's the bug?
It's just the banner carriers have different health thresholds, but it's difficult because like different units use the same banner carriers, so it's a little bit awkward to try and think about.
Oh, right. Okay.
So it's like when units are on the way out, it's like, oh, that banner carrier is alive for a specific reason.
Forward, men of Gondor.
Yeah. Let me know if you need more suggestions to achieve that, to beat 202. Yeah, sure. Bring them on.
Oh, we already know what he's gonna ask for.
So do I.
Tell us what you need. We've completed this one.
Remember your training.
I actually had a thought about that. About maybe you could implement like hero command points through a setting in the lobby where you would, you know how you select command point settings, but nobody ever selects times 100 because it's, you know, why. So you could subvert that one to enable hero command points. Yeah, it might be possible. I don't know. But I think I've supported competitive enough for now. Plus, I really don't like that. I like house colors, but I don't like hero command points.
Strike as one.
Our souls will keep in mind. Now, move out. Let's get work on this. We'll need to find.
I'm curious, why not have CP improvements?
Why? Because I'm a why? Because I'm a BFME 1 player at heart. That's what I started with, and I don't like the idea. I just don't like the idea of having another prohibitive factor to getting a hero. I really like the hero system in BFME. I really like the way we design our heroes. I just don't want that. I just don't want to be able. I just want to discourage people from getting a hero beyond resources. I understand very well the arguments for it, but I don't care. It's still a mod, you know, and I'm still in charge. So, no. It's not. I just don't want to. And it's not just me. Like it's most, if not all, of the lead developers that think this. So yeah, it's very unlikely.
good of the house.
Gondor must stand!
Remember your training! Stand with Captain Faramir.
We've improved the archery range!
And Erebor, son of Faramir.
Be on guard! Soldiers at the ready! Go forth!
Command me, Lord.
Stand fast, men! The farms are under attack!
Morgan is the updated Imrahil model in 8.3.
Wait, we did it up? What? I didn't know we did that.
No, it's just a texture replacement.
Oh.
But
We've improved the city! Gondor and Gondor! Be on guard! Hold your ground! Lock formation!
Orders.
Knights! Ride out! Soldier battalion at the ready! Lancers! Where do I go? Men of Dol Amroth!
only very old people remember that, but in super early version of Age of the Ring, heroes actually added max CP. What? I don't remember that. The superior option, but evil Age of Ring creators removed that feature. No, I did a new. So Progmesia was led out onto the team to do the Dol Amroth adventure faction. Like, obviously, right? We haven't actually announced it yet, but that's obviously what's happening. And for that, I made a retexture for Imrahil, just a slight touch-up. That could go into 8.3. Mathijs, have I ever told you how wonderful a person you are? No, but I'll accept the compliment.
Remember your training.
The forge is finished up with the
Strike as
Oh, interesting. His bodyguards don't
Remember your
get stunned.
training.
Wonder if we.
And I will add that to your social credit as well.
Strike as one. We've got to go.
The farms are under attack.
The enemy holds these lands. I will hold this ground.
I think I've heard Flame speak.
He spoke once nervously.
No, I've heard him speak normally. He had a very manly voice. I think he said to me, "This mod is pretty good, but it would be even better if Aragorn looked like more of a noble Dunedain, rather than the weird eyes you decided to give him in this new model rework." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Remember your training. Don't under attack. Strike as one. Move away.
I want a flame face reveal, that's what I care about.
For the white swan. Remember your training. Standing by.
Oh, you can stun my trebuchet? Oh, jeez, I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know about that one, Chief. We'll talk.
Oh, Trebuchet is manned by people, presumably. If you stun the people, the Trebuchet won't do anything.
Remember your training.
Makes sense.
No, you don't. Strike as one. Defend the city.
Team face reveal? See my... Well, I'm not doing that on stream, but...
Bows at the ready.
Social credit does affect your payment from Morgan, yes. Yours is very heavily in the negatives.
Oh.
Strike as one. Remember your
It's tough,
training.
Chief.
No, Theoden. Theoden had a mind of his own.
Ready yourselves.
You may triumph from the field of battle.
I love Denethor's voice lines. I can't say this enough. I love his voice lines.
We're too late. They've already taken this area. Archers at the ready. Stand with
I
Captain
mean, is it... I don't think that the face reveals that did happen really warrant close inspection from Morgan, because those are pretty horrendous. Made those textures look as ugly as possible.
Command me, Lord. Fall back! Fall back!
They're attacking the encampment. Ready yourselves. Be on guard.
Be still!
Make ready. Soldiers of Gondor.
Saddle up, knights! I march for Gondor. I would gladly give my life to safeguard the White City.
You could say it is a hyper-realistic depiction.
Lancers!
Joel Amarth is at your command. I stand with Captain Faramir. Come, follow me.
Soldiers! The enemy holds these lands. Prepare for battle! Keep going!
The Prince of Joel Amarth is at your command.
Ready yourselves!
Keep a lookout! Onward! Keep up the pace!
Salvage the rubble for our men! Soldiers of Gondor! For your freedom, men!
Keep firing, men!
Hold your ground!
What is it? Joel Amarth is at your command.
Kids up!
Tell me what you need.
Soldier battalion!
Draw swords!
The farms are under attack! Standing by!
Let us move. I will end you! Press on!
This game has been going on for a while.
I know,
Well,
it's a good one.
you asked for 25.
Prepare for battle!
That's true. I did, yeah. Oh yeah. Keep going.
As one! Stay in control!
What are your favorite factions to play in PvP, Nosey and Isirion?
Lothlorien.
Is it Erebor?
Erebor, yeah.
Okay.
I will never be able to play a Lothlorien in a tournament, though.
No, you don't!
No? Is it too micro?
No, I'm very good with it. It's just everyone knows that's my faction. So like,
Oh,
my
right.
God, Stormcrow. Oh no. Oh God, hold on. There we go.
I would gladly give my life to safeguard the White City.
The enemy is near!
What is it?
Ride! They've killed one of our builders!
Explain this.
The enemy!
What is your favorite faction to play in PvP, Sophie?
Remember your training!
Ready yourselves! Charge! Soldiers of Gondor!
Strike as one! We have them! A sound strategy. Remember your training!
Soldier battalion standing ready! To battle! Soldier battalion
Gladly give my life to safeguard the White City.
Oh no, Legolas. Oh no.
Sharp is my spear. We're surrounded on all sides.
Draw your swords!
They have slain brave Baragon.
There goes Baragon. Oh my God. He's about to expire though. I'm good. I'm good.
This way, Lancers!
Oh, we should do some Christmas PvP games with the team. That would be fun as fuck.
Yes, I was thinking about team games or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, privately. I don't want people to hear me swearing.
Oh, look at that. What the heck? Oh, weird.
My favorite PvP faction is, of course, Misty Mountains.
Really?
Yes, you have to go with the Fireworm strat every time.
Oh, I hate that so much.
Fireworm strat? Oh, you don't even know what it is, man. What you do is you start off with 4K resources, and then you buy the worm lair and nothing else. And then you get a worm, and then you lose the worm, and then you lose the game for you and your allies. With each lost game, we take shots. Are you trying to kill me? That's not a good idea. Yeah, 4v4 versus DM AI. That's more my type of play.
Oh, hold on. I have 25. Alright, so basically,
Oh, yeah.
guys, I bought this. And maybe my graphics aren't showing enough. Is it when it's used?
Yeah, you gotta get Aragorn.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, cool. So it's on the summon. Very cool.
Baragon, at your service.
Very nice. Okay, that's cool. I didn't realize it was like on the actual summon. I was like, oh, like,
Yep,
where is it?
Yep. King has to actually return, you know.
Dol Amroth is at your command. Much must be whispered. The Prince of Dol Amroth is at your command.
Left hand you will use me as a shield against Mordor, and with your right you would seek to supplant me.
Behind you! The enemy is upon us, man! Soulless beast! We have them! No, no, you don't!
Every new desire.
Attacking the encampment! We rule this day! Stay in control.
Oh, interesting.
Come on, men, we have them! Fear no darkness.
Interesting, interesting.
No, no, you don't! We have them!
You know nothing of this matter.
Stay in control.
Sauron had the ring, we would know it.
Knights, ready your horses.
Sharp as my spear.
There's still
Break away!
The enemy is here!
Sound the alarm! They're over here! Be on your guard, men!
I sleep.
I am Isingard's heir.
Dol Amroth is at your command.
Upon my life or death, I can protect you.
We shall hold here.
Men of Dol Amroth, overpower them! Are at full strength. Ready.
I am Isingard's heir.
I'm going to have a look around.
This way, Lancers.
On his mount.
We have them.
Oh, Puko Stone stealth?
You will not enter Gondor.
Stay in control. Is this all you can master? Remember your training. We're attacking! Soulless back! Is this all you can master? People look out! Stand fast! Fear no darkness!
Ooh, contest the wills. Hello. Oh. But he's stunned. I can't use it. Oh, maybe I'll get Barithor today. Hello. I was just talking about that.
Upon my life or death, I can protect you.
Prepare for battle! We're under attack! We need more resources! Back off!
Almost 5 hours of streaming, good lord.
Stay in control!
That's a lot.
I know.
Oh, Anakin, I'm too weak.
Cleanse these lands!
Oh boy, here we go.
Heavy armor! Stand fast, men! Stand!
Prequel memes.
Of the West! Put an end to this evil! Archers! Prepare for battle!
Together we
Take them
build
this way!
Oh, am I gonna get Barithor? That's exciting.
Cleanse these lands! Rush them! Rally together, knights! Behind you! Take them this way! Run them down!
My
Break
fate
away!
is my own.
The enemy is upon us, men! Stand fast! Fast, men! Is this all you can muster? Leave me alone! Hold your ground! Fear no darkness! Overpower them! We have them!
Strike as one!
Ride out!
Bro, LSR just like walked up and pimp slapped him.
Remember your training! They have attacked! Finish! Back off!
You may triumph on the field of battle for a day.
Back, foul things! Are under attack!
Who out Sauron's armies?
Behind you! Stand! Men of the West!
Enter this lands. Thus together we build this world.
I got Denethor's level 10! I got Barithor! It's been so many years!
Oh my god.
What's his stats like?
Strike as one!
Victory will be ours!
Matchup scenario perfectly depicting the last Lord of the Rings book. Wait, what?
Remember your training. Stay in control.
You mean the new Shadow?
Strike as one.
God, it takes a year to cast. That's not good.
Ready yourselves. We have them. Our forces are under attack. Our end is near. Remember your training.
Oh God, AotR died. I've lost confidence.
Strike as one. Command me, Lord. Stand fast, men. Son, I'm being overwhelmed. Remember your training. Darkness.
Oh,
Strike
what?
as one.
Oh no. Dude, I was way too cocky.
Just barely.
I was way too cocky. Oh my God. I'm about to get slapped.
That's a really good attack, though.
With just what was there. I was noticing Barathor's thing takes a while to land. I was like, what? I had to cancel it. Because he wandered off and died. Yeah, his hero damage ability.
The Russian book depicting Lord of the Rings events as free people aggression on developing Mordor country. It's actually pretty funny. Yeah, especially given, you know, the current political, well, I say political, current circumstances. Sounds extremely Russian. Yes.
Soldiers of Gondor.
I would say morbidly so, yes.
Forward. Be still.
I mean, you decimated my economy at some point, and I literally never paid attention.
Oh. While you had been attacking my fortress, I sent a couple units around the top.
Awareness.
Steady! Attack formation! Keep firing, men! Ready yourselves! Prepare for battle!
Look at how beautiful that statue is. Super nice.
Yeah, it's clean.
Oh no! Oh God! Oh, Pugo Stone Stealth? Nasty. I don't even know where they are.
Stand fast, men! Keep fighting, men! Ready yourselves! Let's go!
I did not expect this game to go this way.
Oh, I did. I did. I mean, hey, good notes, I guess, huh?
You better not.
I should call it soon, though. I'm gonna.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, for sure.
So am I. I figured I was joining towards the tail end, you know.
Oh.
Be like 10 more minutes. Quick, just a quick thing.
Yeah.
You think it was easier for you to tell which unit is what without the colors? Oh. Okay.
Alright, got GG.
GG.
Ooh, you got a sub.
Oh, did I? Bayoko, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that.
Very nice.
Oh, well, what an exciting stream today.
I thought the LSR and Denethor were good enough to finish the fort off.
Yeah, I thought so, but then like you made it work. Whatever you did. I was like, oh dang.
I think Amarth was purchased, and then he was actually hitting LSR from inside the fort.
Oh really? Jeez, okay. Yeah, it was a pretty good game. Yep. Good showcase of Rohan stuff. Anyways, thank y'all for joining the stream today. Hope you enjoyed the content and the 8.3 preview. Appreciate Mathijs for giving us the opportunity to do this preview stream, of course, to showcase the balance changes and whatnot for the next patch and house colors. So hope you all enjoyed it.
Make sure to follow the channel. Come on. Come on, follow it.
Actually got a lot of followers off of it. I think I jumped up in like 30 or 40.
Good.
All right. Appreciate y'all for stopping by today. Thanks for hanging out, and see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
The mushrooms!